and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, music, fashion, food, dance, whatever you can think of entertainment, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest in the entertainment segment. So first on the list we have Fields. Fields ends his first location in United States, and it's really amazing, like our Nigerian stars actually making waves in the industry. It's really amazing seeing like them making global recognition and everything around. I'm really happy for Fields, because I think coming up I didn't really know so much about Fields, but him actually making waves is a good one. And he I think his song This Finesse that we had, this Folake challenge dance and everything, was actually what even got him this award. Is really amazing seeing him doing this, and it's a plus on Nigeria side as well. So next on the list we have our Grammy winner Terms. Ains have 4 new certifications in the United States. This is our Grammy winner. Like, she's going to add this to her collection now of everything. Like, really amazing seeing our own girl, you can understand, like making it in. I'm really happy for Terms personally, because have some of our songs like Love Me Jeje and other ones have actually gained her so much recognition outside, and I'm really happy that Nigerians are actually doing so well there. So last on the list we have Priscilla Ojo. That's Igabo Ojo's daughter, is officially off the market. Yay! Like, it's really amazing. I'm happy because our mom person has always said that she actually wants her daughter to actually marry like on early, like her early stage. I think Priscilla is like maybe 24 or 23 thereabouts, and she's actually off the market. Like, it's really amazing. And her husband is Muslim. Now that one is another gist on its own, maybe the next time, because people have been dragging, you're getting married to a Muslim guy and everything. But regardless, we're happy for her and we wish her all the best in her marriage. So today we'll be diving into the world of fashion and innovation. So get ready to witness creativity in full as we explore designs and trends in the world. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. So yeah, with me in the studio is Dates. He founded and launched the Made by Dates in 2020 as a trauma response and a way to channel his thoughts and process into something creative and positive. Yeah, with me is Dates. Hello, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, good. I can see you're in the fashion. It's giving all the trends. You look good. You look really amazing. I like your heart. Good, thank you. I like your outfits.
Thank you.
Good. So now, how's fashion been so far? Like, how has everything been from when you started in 2020 to now? Just tell us a bit about it.
Tough.
Tough?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But like pushing.
Oh, okay.
So like basically MBD is just a fashion that we focus mostly on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Street fashion.
Yeah, street fashion. So basically we try to express ourselves and try to tell the world what happens in the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how's the journey been?
Not bad.
Not bad?
Basically, I have a lot of friends that support.
Yeah, and
so
that's another thing too.
And it has been going really smoothly for me.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay. So when did you officially start? Was it in 2020?
In 2020, I was just like making my clothes for myself.
And for yourself to wear? Okay.
Yeah. Then,
like people liked it?
Yeah. Like in school, I'd like my friends.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, where did you get this?
Okay.
And like, oh, I made it.
Okay.
So that's the vibe.
Oh, that's good. So like you actually make your clothes, like you sew them and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Good. So can you tell us a bit about how starting MBD?
Yeah.
Yeah. How like you like the concept, the idea? Is this just something you just, oh, let me just do it out of fun, or you actually just, it's a passion now?
Yeah, it's a passion now.
Okay.
But initially when I started, it was like I was doing it for myself.
Okay, like business. Let me just.
I was just doing it for myself, not for business.
Okay. But now it's officially.
Yeah, it's official now. So I was just doing it for myself, and I put it on. Then my friends too, like I said, my friends, they only support me.
Definitely.
And yeah, that's it. So whenever they want it, they pay. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is your...
So now I know like we have like a lot of fashion designers like everywhere now. So you're picking street fashion. Why street fashion? Is it something like you just gel with?
No, basically it's not just street fashion.
Okay.
I also like, I love the alternative scene too.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but for now I'm just like in the street side. Because,
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay.
About yourself, when I started and all like that, just basically about your personal self and how fashion has been.
About myself, I'm Toby.
Okay.
Yeah. So I started fashion from the streets. So I grew up in Ikorodu.
Okay.
So I always look at people, their fashion and their style. So that's just like the vibe for me, just observing what people put on in the streets. Yeah, so like right from time.
Okay.
And I love chilling with like some of like my friends that are also into designing.
Okay.
So we always create things. We don't like bring them outside, but we create.
Okay.
Yeah, like we've been creating from way back.
Way back.
Yeah, well, like we've not been bringing it outside.
Oh, like just something just do.
Just something we just do. So
on your own.
yeah, on my own. So, but now I'm done with school.
Okay.
So like I'm ready for the world to know that there is a deed here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We actually need to know that personally.
Yeah,
so let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. Here with me in the studio is still Dates. So now, Dates, tell us about some fashion designers or like maybe role models you really, really want to work with in the fashion industry and all. Just tell us a bit.
The fashion industry.
Okay.
I look up to, like, obviously the person I looked up to is not alive anymore.
Oh,
yeah,
so
Virgil
sorry.
Abloh. So yeah, but then like I'm his own legacy. So like I don't.
So like this only is the only one.
Nah, I don't see anybody again. Fast.
So in like the whole
let's
just say fashion industry, there's no one that actually comes to your mind apart from him.
No, right now I don't think about anybody because I want to focus on myself.
Yourself. So just do you, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just doing me right now.
Okay, good. So now where do we see you like in the next 5 years to come? Like what plans do you have, projects you're working on and you're about just about yourself?
In the next 5 years. I see myself getting my flowers.
For like all the work you've done,
yeah? I have to. And for now, I'm working with Auntie Jane.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a friend.
Yeah.
So we're working on a collection.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be bringing it out this summer.
Okay.
So like everyone should get ready for it.
Okay, we will, guys, we will. Yeah. So now just tell me a bit about your creative process. Do you like get inspiration from, let's just say, thoughts from one or two designers, and you just produce yours? Like, just tell me about your idea and bring it to life, basically. Like
I said, I get my ideas from the streets.
Okay.
Yeah. So like my collection, Erini means peace.
Oh,
it's a
nice.
Greek word.
Okay.
So basically on the street, like you see people fighting.
Definitely.
Like, they're always fighting.
They're always fighting.
So like, and what's the opposite of violence?
Yeah.
So I just like have to put what I'm seeing on the streets. That's what I'm saying. I get my inspiration and my ideas from the streets. Okay. Yeah.
So is there any project you're currently working on? Something you just want to give us a hint about?
Yeah, I'm working on I'm working on a collection with Auntie Jane.
Okay. Yeah. So when do we expect that?
Alright, we'll put it out there when the time is. Yeah. And I'm also working on my own collection.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, I named it IKD Express.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's amazing. So, I actually like your outfit. It's really, really cute. It's giving the streets, exactly like you said, street fashion and just Gen Z and like just a random thing.
Thank you. Yeah.
So now, like you, actually, I think you sell your clothes abroad as well.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how do you get that done?
I have friends over there.
Okay.
That are just like also,
send for me. I know. So like
send for me, and their friends love it also.
Oh, good.
They get
the
it,
texture, quality, everything is top notch, right?
Yeah, always.
Always. So we're looking at for more designs from you.
Thank you.
Okay, now just tell us a bit about your challenges. Like you said, it has not been so smooth, but God is good. So just tell us a bit about it.
For me, I'm a quiet type.
Okay.
So like I don't like talking, but like I only talk in my head.
Your head.
Yeah, talk to myself, like different part of myself.
Okay. So the challenges were like.
So it was like people obviously misunderstood me.
Right.
And it's calm though. Like I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was just a challenge for me, but like it doesn't be cool. Like you can't just misunderstand.
Person, no. So let's just say of business now and the challenges. You starting and you getting people to buy things you've made. How has it been?
No, I post my product on people.
Okay.
So like when they see it, they love it.
Okay.
When you love it, you want to buy it.
Okay.
So that's it. So like I don't like, oh, come and buy. I'm just doing my heart, and if you love my heart, open my heart, you get it. Good.
So like, is there any memorable achievements you've had so far? Something that you actually didn't see coming, but you actually blew your mind away in the
like,
I didn't know I was going to be here, and
like for me, it's just like getting my outfit like to some part of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, like places where I never so like,
as it should.
Yeah.
Definitely, like you will obviously see it everywhere. And okay, so now how do you connect with like customers and everything? It's like a website people shop from?
Instagram, Twitter.
Okay, so they send a DM, get your outfit.
DM and you get your outfit.
Good. So do you think you want to go into maybe creating good native cultural attires streets? Do you see yourself going to that? Because that's something I feel personally will never ever go out of trend, like our culture. So I want to actually, I don't know, I'm just imagining like your kind of idea in something like that. Like
I plan on doing that too.
Okay.
But not for now.
Oh, maybe somewhere.
I will definitely enjoy into it.
Okay. That's fine. So let's go on the break.
Okay.
We'll be right back. Guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So let's talk about you sourcing for materials for like your brand now. So where do you get your materials from, and like how do you think they're good for your people or for your customers?
For me, I make my products in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah, like typical from the soil.
Yeah.
So I go to some places to source for my material.
Outfits and all.
And great quality as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and like the process, I'm always enjoying the process.
It's just something.
Yeah, I just enjoy the process. I just love going there and just doing my thing.
So now it's something that
like I'm doing it for me. Like I just want to put it. I want to put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to put it on. So like I said, when I put it on, people want to get
and
it.
the way so more like people say you get to market your business yourself. So like you looking good, like hey I like this
basically
shirt.
MBD is made by it.
Okay.
So I make like everything is me.
Okay, that's good. So now let's talk about the economy. For example, have you had issues with the pricing of your outfits? It's quite expensive and everything.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
A lot. So it's something that's going to pull off our necks.
But then it is my heart. So you just need to accept it the way it is.
Yeah, expensive things are good. I guess say.
So and besides, I still get people that cop my image. Yeah.
Okay. Good. So now let's talk about funding or how you start capital for the business. I know, trust me, I know it's like a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Getting it done, getting the materials, getting the printouts and everything. Just tell us a bit about it and how you've been able to manage so far since 2020.
Well, financially,
okay.
I just appreciate my dad, you know, like.
So daddy helps.
Yeah,
Family is there.
Like family have been like so supportive.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do my part also.
All right.
So yeah, so like when it comes to the funding, that's just like how it is.
Okay, good. Is there
like when I started, yeah. So, but now I get others now, so I get to like invest more
in it.
In it.
Okay. So will you tag your own designs to be something unique and different from any other person?
Fashion, like whatever I'm doing now, someone have done it before.
Yeah, like you said, you have a role model, someone you look up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like someone have done it before, so just you
recreate.
Yeah, recreating it and just putting your art there and making yours different.
Creative, more.
Yeah, just be
attractive.
Yeah, attractive too.
From others.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, in the buying process and creating process of your outfit, should we say it has been smooth too?
Yeah, recently.
Is there any challenge you want to talk about?
No challenge, but recently it has been smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, like I just love the way things are going now.
But now the economy is hitting on everybody.
It is.
So, do you tend to increase prices or thereabout?
No, I'll still work with what. I won't just price just like that.
Okay.
Yeah. I will increase some, then I'll still create some that like everyone can get.
Okay. So now, since starting this journey in 2020, how will you describe it? Something rosy, something you actually want to still do in the long run?
We can also say
okay, for a lifetime. Yeah. Is it something that I'm just going to do fashion and that's it?
Yeah, it's fashion, I'm not diving into modeling.
Anything. Oh yeah, you're also a model. Yes, it's true. Okay.
Yeah, like I started with modeling
before getting into it.
And I'm also a stylist. So like before the whole fashion brand, I modeling and styling.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're now doing modeling, styling, and creating your own business. Does it clash at any point in time?
Well, now it's not clashing because I stopped modeling.
Why?
Like because of school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like no time anymore. So like, but now like I'm back.
Yeah,
so
you're back to just fully hit the ground.
Yeah, I'm back.
Good. So now let's talk about you in school. I know definitely school, like you said, you actually have to stop doing some things to focus on school. So how did, let's just say, how the parents or family take it? They're like, oh, don't do this, do this. Because I know I have a lot of people that, oh, don't go to what we sent you to do in school. Don't do this, don't do otherwise. So how were you able to do that?
Well, me, I'm just happy I have a very supportive father.
So everyone just supports?
Yeah, like whenever I want to do something, I just need to tell him that, okay, Daddy, this is what I want to do.
And he listens?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's just talk lastly about you getting your stuff out there. Like you said, you have friends or customers or people that you get your fashion to outside. So do you think are you looking at something very, very big to come in the next 5 years? And like you said, you want to take your flowers. So can you tell us what you actually, something you're you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to launching my website.
Okay, I will be happy to hear that. Oh, okay, Date is out there. Go shop.
You guys, go shop. So I want to bring out my website very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not easy always texting and if you want to get it, you have to get it now. Yeah, online.
Okay. So any other celebrity you still want to work with?
Yeah, I want to work with VOD. Yeah,
why?
Voice of David.
Why VOD?
VOD, I love his sound.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a musician.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I love his sound and everything about him. Yeah, that's just. So I just feel like I would love to work with him, and I hope I get the opportunity to work with him.
You sing?
Me, no, I don't.
Okay, but is there any other one apart from VOD? Why
no.
VOD? Just the sound
Yeah,
you
the
like,
sound.
and just him.
Yeah,
So it's like more like a love for a person.
like for his heart.
Okay, so there's a new project you said you're working on.
Yeah, with Antigen.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about it?
No,
Even if it's small, we won't mind, just something.
I feel like we have to chill and wait and see it. I'm not going
How
to-
long are we going to expect this?
Like in 2 months' time.
2 months, so it's
Yeah.
fast approaching, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So let's go on a quick break. I'll be right back. Guys, we're going on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we round up this section, I would like us to play a game.
Okay.
Just 10 questions for 60 seconds.
Okay.
Garbage in, garbage out, like immediately and all. So your favorite celebrity couple?
Hmm.
Who would that be?
Do I have one?
Sorry?
I don't know. I don't think I have one. No.
Oh, you don't have one?
No.
Okay. So the most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life. Probably when I got my first order, like from outside the country.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I was so happy. Like, though it might be a small thing, but like to me,
no,
it's
definitely,
like,
it's not a small thing.
it's
Like,
not
oh, someone's
small.
wearing my outfit. Even seeing people wearing it. Too.
Yeah.
Okay. So football, basketball.
Football,
Favorite food?
Gary and fish,
Movies or novels?
movies,
Okay. So favorite relaxation spot where you like to relax?
my room,
Okay. Favorite city?
Ibadan,
Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
snooker.
Okay. Mention one thing in your bucket list you would like to take.
I don't know.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. So
Okay.
I don't know. Like I don't know how to pick one, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So if you're given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment for 6 months without anybody,
Without anybody.
yes, will you
I
take
mean,
it?
I can get paper and like a blank
yes,
code.
and
Yeah,
everything.
like I'll take like that's free money now.
That's for real, for 6 months without anybody seeing
Yeah,
anybody.
without seeing anybody.
Can you stay in a prison?
No, no.
So it's very different.
No, it's different. But like staying alone
Yeah, alone, definitely.
and there's food there.
Yeah, that's
no,
right.
that's cool.
Okay, that's good. So it's nice having you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we look forward to seeing more of Made by Dates outside
Yeah.
and everything. And the website is coming soon, yeah?
Soon, yeah.
Good. And we are expecting another collection
Yeah,
in 2 months'
in 2
time,
months'
like you
time,
said.
yeah.
So is there anywhere like they need to find like your outfits and other things?
Yeah, by then you get my website.
Okay, let's just say Instagram, where
Yeah, Instagram and Twitter.
at what?
MBD World
Okay.
on Instagram and on Twitter, Made by Dates.
Oh, good. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
So guys, that's all we can take for today. See you next time, and thanks for staying with us.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing corruption coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood, that is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ẹrù wa, ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè di Sàmúrà àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why they do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alegiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some month already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building is gone already.
Anyway. And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone.
It's gone.
So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the male side now, from the male side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated. and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
Yes.
the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their
watching
wives.
with their wives.
Their wives. So, Oyetomi is the only one that you see out. Then from the downside where you have the
And this
female,
broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people have to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed. The landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue. so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Glad to have you join us on the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 new states across the country. The proposal was presented in a letter read during plenary by Deputy Speaker of the House Benjamin Kalu, who presided in Speaker Dinaba. The committee chaired by Kalu recommended the creation of 6 new regions, 4 in the northeast, 5 in the northwest, 5 in the southeast, 4 in the south-south, and 7 in the southwest. If approved, the number of subnational governments in Nigeria would increase to 67. According to Section 8.3 of the 1999 Constitution, the results of a referendum conducted by the state houses of assembly must be submitted to the National Assembly in order to fulfill the constitutional requirements for state creation. Kalu emphasized that the committee will follow the necessary constitutional steps for any state request that meets the required threshold. For the proposal to succeed, it must receive support from at least 1/3 of the members of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, as well as from the affected local government councils. Let's now get further reactions to this proposal. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, who joins from the Edo State capital. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now, this is definitely a surprising development, given that Nigeria already has 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. This proposal raises several questions. From a constitutional perspective, the creation of new states will require significant legal and political considerations. It would also need broad support from both the National Assembly and the State House of Assembly, as well as State Houses of Assembly now, as well as a national referendum, which could make this a lengthy and complex process. How do you react to this?
Okay, well, it's quite pathetic that the National Assembly, which is saddled with the responsibility of making laws for the national development and the well-being of our country, Nigeria, have become to involve themselves in a kind of very shallow, and frivolous kind of, motion, and the kind of beast that they emulate nowadays. It is very unfortunate. A lot of Nigerians are disappointed that out of the majority of issues, plethora of cases of insecurity, underdevelopment, poverty, and what have you that we have in this nation, what the National Assembly has not choosing to pardon on is the creation of more states. Where constitutionally speaking, the National Assembly has the right to, formulate laws in order to create more states in conjunction with the acceptance and conformability of the State House of Assembly. But the issue is that that's not our problem now as a nation. A lot of Nigerians are disappointed. It looks as if the aims and the objectives, the reason why the National Assembly was set up is not being defeated. Nigerians are not happy with such. We do not need the creation of more states. What we need is our government to focus more on agriculture, educational development, infrastructural development, security, and what have you. Not the creation of more states. A Nigeria state, a state in Nigeria that is here evolving, trying to catch up with modern day civilization in terms of development, do not need more states. And Nigerians are not happy. We need the National Assembly to be aware that every Nigeria is not happy with such being, and they should put a stop to it with immediate effect as fast as possible.
The lawmakers claim that Nigerians are the ones proposing this bill, which now raises an important question about the legitimacy of the proposal and whether it truly reflects the desires of the general public. Do you think Nigerians are truly calling, or do you agree now that Nigerians are truly calling for the creation of new states in the country, or is this more of a political maneuver?
Well, it's obvious. It's obvious because the bill is not even enjoying the legitimacy of the people. When you say it is when the lawmakers say it is the consequence, it is the Nigerians that are clamoring for the creation of more states. And you begin to ask questions: which Nigerians? The Nigerians that cannot feed themselves, the Nigerians that has been driven by insecurity, the Nigerians that have run and flown away their homes. Is that Nigeria that's clamoring for more states? To me, there's a political undertone here. And if you are saying that people are clamoring for more state, with the creation of more state, then there needs to be a room for referendum. There may even be a room when you look at the process for the creation of more state in a democratic setting, when the National Assembly and the State Council of Assembly, have come together and have agreed on the terms of creation of more state, then you come to a referendum with the people. Because governance is all about the people. The ultimate power according to Section 14 and then the next Constitution rests on the people. The people have the sovereign power of the society, of the country, where the government get their legitimate support from. So no Nigeria, no average Nigerians will be claiming for more creation of states, because what we feel here is a political undertone. I don't also forget, when you look at it critically, analytically, during the passing of the bills and the debate in the National Assembly and all of that, you will see that it was majority the representative for another part of the state, because you need to finance the state. You need that the state need to set up its own government. So creation of more state is not a child's play. So I can tell you categorically, sir, that an average Nigerian who is, considering the economic quagmire in this country, will not call for the creation of the people.
Well, you made quite a valid point. Now, merging economically unviable states could indeed be a more practical approach than creating new ones. And the idea of merging states that struggle with resources or administrative efficiency could help streamline governance and make better use of resources. It could also potentially reduce duplication of efforts in terms of governance and services, and focus on strengthening the economic backbone of the country. Now, why are lawmakers, in your opinion, not thinking in this direction?
Well, I'll say it before, I will say it again, that we do not need any merging together or the combination of states. We don't need that. It's not good for our economy. We don't need that. Creating more states and not merging states, maybe states with better resources and all of that. The question is, the state we have, is there a better management of the natural resources we have in this state? The answer is no. Even the agencies, the development agencies, such as the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, the Southern Development Commission, that have not been passed into law, in order to develop the regions and all that. To me, that is enough. They've not even done anything. That we are talking about a merging state and put this state together to become one entity. It will work. Do not forget that one of the greatest problems we have, one of the problems that seems to be overscoring our political existence is the issue of tribalism. The state we have already, they're already playing politics with tribalism, let alone merging with more states. It's going to create more problem for ourselves. In a country like that, merging of more states together in order to form one singular entity for the issues of development and all of that doesn't sound well at all. It doesn't occur well. So for me, I'm not in support of it. It doesn't make any reasonable sense considering the economic situation that we have in this country. Merging states together is not a good way to go, and it's not good for our economy or our political existence. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Yato will continue this conversation after this break. The program will continue shortly. Do stay with us.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait,
Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the proposal of the creation of 31 new states in Nigeria, and my guest is still constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato. Now, if this proposal passes the National Assembly, the next crucial step would be the approval of the state houses of assembly. From a legal perspective, this process is governed by Section 8 of the nation's 1999 Constitution, which outlines the procedure for creating new states. Do you foresee any particular states or regions that might be particularly resistant or supportive of this proposal?
Yes, just as I said, that one of the technicalities that is being employed by legislators when talking about passing of bills into law is the issue of lobbying. It is a natural phenomenon and it's one of the technicality in the legislature. Of course, when such bills come up for debate in order to pass it to law, there must be lobbying. The legislators who are the perpetrators of these laws must be able to lobby their colleagues, whether at the National Assembly level or the State Assembly level, But, however, I do not see any reasonable House of Assembly, putting in their pen to paper in order to establish this law for the creation of more states. Because it doesn't make sense. I do not see any of them buying into that idea. Considering the numerous problems we have in this country, do you not think that the solution to the problems of this country is the creation of more states? Not in such an economy that we operate in Nigeria. We just came back for recession a few years ago. Even speaking, there's a level of reflection. So talking about creation of more states now is not what evil state for assembly we buy into. I can bet you on that. You can take my word to the bank. I don't see any state house or assembly going to buy into the idea of creating more states. Instead, they are going to buy into the idea of creating more laws that will reform the political rascality of our political existence. Correcting the wrong and righting the wrong to become right. And that's what we are going to do. Not creation of more states. That should be the least of our problem as a surviving nation. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a strong sentiment, and it's not uncommon for people to feel disconnected from their lawmakers. Some Nigerians believe that many lawmakers focus more on personal or regional gains rather than addressing the core issues, that affect the country as a whole. The creation of 31 new states could, in their view, be seen as a distraction from the more pressing matters such as security, economy, development, infrastructure, and particularly tackling corruption. What's your perspective on this? Do you think that the lawmakers are prioritizing the right issues, or are they perhaps being influenced by local or political factors?
It will amaze you to know that one of the I'm trying to get a word. One of the forces that drive our legislators is an issue of self-aggrandizement. Some persons you are in the legislature, you just want to know. They just want their voice to be loud and clear. They just want to talk, you know. Even the deepest, lowest man, Nigerian man in the gutter knows that our problem now is not the creation of more additional states. And that's not what we need at this moment. There are basic issues, serious issues to be addressed. But what we have these days are your legislators sitting in the National Assembly and just talking and, get involved in self-voyage, in self-journey, a journey that does not benefit the well-being of the people. And it's unfortunate, it's ironic, that this is where we find ourselves. We have issue of security, making more laws to tell the security of this country. Nowadays, it is only a few states who are even talking about the laws to sanction kidnapping. Until a high-profile politician speak, kidnap, we will not set up law, we will not tighten the law that fight against kidnapping. These are issues we needed to be addressed, not the issue of creation of more additional states. It is not good for our economy, and it is not good for our political existence. So, for such lawmakers to engage in such a political voyage, to me, there should be abandon in such journey, because the average Nigerians are not interested in the creation of more states. That is it.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe that Nigeria is ready to manage the challenges that could arise if this proposal moves forward? Or should the focus be on strengthening states rather than creating new ones?
Trouble they sleep, Yagago wake up. Do not forget that the South they are set in the of self-determination. While we have people who are clamoring that they want to form their own state and leave Nigeria, the Nigerian legislature, the National Assembly, is actually giving a lead way. This will create more crisis. The Biafra will say they need the Biafra state. The IPOB will say they also need their own state. The Niger Delta militant will say we need our own state. And at the end of the day, they are not, okay, we also have some in the East, in the West rather, who are also clamoring for self-determination. And then they are going to create more crisis for people. So how can we leave the issue of creation of state and focus on governance, real governance? Governance where we have the governor, who is going to, be accountable to the people. Because the situation we have in this country now is everybody focused on the federal government. Everybody is calling Tinubu right and left and center. But we need to start, diversify the government. Government needs to be segmented. And that's what we appreciated what the Attorney General Federation did, talking about the local government autonomy. That's what we need. We don't need to start calling on the federal government alone. We need to start looking at the state governors and the local government chairman, asking them what they are doing with our money and the level of development they are trying to bring to our state. So what we need, what we do not need, my brother, is the creation of more states. What we need is good governance. What Nigeria needs is a governance that has a human face, a governance that has the interest of the people at heart. That is what we need, not the creation of more states. And I bet you, if the National Assembly go ahead in conjunction with the State House of Assembly to create more states, we are going to have more crisis. Then we are going to give opportunity to those who want self-determination. And that's what's going to happen. Take it or leave it, like it or not. Yeah, I even want Nigerians to start employing and invoking some level of the Nigerian constitution, whereby we begin to recall lawmakers who do not know what they are doing at the National Assembly, at the state houses of assemblies. we got to start recalling lawmakers back to, back to home. And let's send people who know what they are doing, people who drive the vision, statement of the citizen. Let's start sending those persons to our legislative house, not noisemakers, with the greatest respect. Thank you.
Nigerians are certainly keeping their fingers crossed to see how this debate unfolds. Constitutional lawyer Gabriel Ehigiato, it's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you for being with us. But that's all we have on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. My name is Mudashiru Shitu, and in the next few minutes I'll be an anchor on that show. We're talking something unique, something important in the life of an athlete. If you see the likes of Ronaldo, you see the likes of Andy Murray, tennis, all the sport. There's something about the way they do that thing, and that's the lifestyle they live. What gives these athletes so much energy to continue? People keep wondering what makes Ronaldo unique at his age, playing all over the league. Not just Ronaldo. When you look at table tennis, you look at the Chinese great Ma Long. What makes him interesting? What keeps, even if you want to look down to Nigeria, you ask yourself about table tennis player Aruna Kodri. Aruna Kodri has been playing the ping pong for so many years, but there's a lot behind the scene about what keeps these athletes going, and that's an healthy lifestyle. And that's the topic we're talking about today. We're looking at the healthy lifestyle of an athlete. What keeps them going all the way? Because sometimes a year of dedication to a particular sport can make you fall off. But if you live a very good healthy lifestyle, definitely there's still more years you need to render. So on today's program, I have a very respectable pharmacist, Farmer Ade Dikbo Adetuyi. Is the convener of Oakley Fitness Fiesta. This is talking about how to keep your life fit and, in sport. If you take away fitness from sport, there's definitely no sport. So it's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much, Muda. It's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's good to have you. Let's go straight to our topic for today, and we want to look at fitness. And let's start with the benefit of an healthy lifestyle for an athlete. We are considering so much of an athlete because, the sport, even beyond sport, everybody, we are told, needs to be fit. So tell us so much about some of this benefit and what makes it unique.
Okay, so I think I'll just take a leaf from what you said earlier about the likes of Ronaldo. I think for me personally, Ronaldo is the GOAT. And I think that when you consider the fact that at his age and, I haven't played football for so long, he's still fit, he's still active in the game. And of course, everybody that has interviewed or that has played with Ronaldo will tell you the fact that Ronaldo doesn't joke with his, with his food. He eats, very healthy food, and he also works out very diligently. So one of the things that has to do with fitness and lifestyle is that for you to be an athlete at that peak, you have to have a consistent routine of eating healthy, of working out. So one of the benefits of fitness in everyday life, not just an athlete, is number one, it helps you have a very, very healthy lifestyle. So for instance, helps you prevent certain diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and stuff like that. It also helps your muscles to be toned. So you can, as you grow older, you're also more mobile, you're also fit. I've seen videos of people at 60, 70 years old. They are doing things that even people at 40 cannot do. So it helps you prevent diseases. It also helps you ensure that you age well. It's not that about aging and then you're at 40 or 50, you're not able to do certain things again. At 40, 50, 60, you should still be mobile, you should still be active. So one other thing is also that people also fail to recognize is that fitness and consistent working out also helps with your cognitive ability. Okay. So you find out the fact that this day and age, you have a lot of instances of depression and anxiety. Fitness and working out consistently also helps you prevent, some of these diseases down the line. Also, it makes you sharp mentally. Also ensures that, you're also able to ward off certain disease conditions like that. So I think that those three benefits for me are some of the primary reasons why people should work out and ensure that they have a lifestyle of working out and eating healthy.
Okay, you said it all, but there's always this willingness and will behind all these things. Some things that some know so much about all this, but definitely it needs a personal will to do exercise. How do you bridge that side, knowing and the willingness? I mean, is there going to be a campaign elsewhere for people to always do that? Since I know it's right, but the willingness to take myself off my real self, off myself, to do that fitness. Don't you think?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, for individuals, where there's a will, there must be a way. Definitely. So it's not about starting. For instance, you want to work out and you start with 2 hours workout at the goal. You can start with making it a lifestyle. Start with 10 minutes. Start with 5 minutes even. And so everybody has 5 minutes every day to work out. So it's all about making it a habit. So once it's a habit, then it becomes part of your lifestyle. So there are days whereby if you wake up and you don't work out, you don't feel good. You don't feel okay. You feel like there's something missing. So I think that's where everybody should try and get to. And it doesn't have to do with 30 minutes or going to the gym. You can work out in your house. You can watch a YouTube video and work out. You can listen to a podcast and work out. You can be active and work out. You can just take a stroll around your estate in the evenings after work, and that's working out as well. So it doesn't have to be something that has to be taking you out of your daily routine. At work, if you are sitting at your desk, you have a 9 to 5, you can stand up and you can just walk around the office a bit. That's also working out. So working out doesn't have to be until you wear your trainers and socks and all, but making sure that it's a lifestyle. So for me personally, I have a fitness watch. So that also lets me know that if I'm sitting at my desk for too long, then I have to get it. It notifies me, look, get up, do something, do some stretches, do some exercises and all that. So I think for me, the most fundamental thing is that start small. Don't start with longer than 5-10 minutes. If you've not worked out before, start very small and grow into it. And I think it's an important habit that everybody should cultivate.
Oh, interesting. I'm sure a lot of viewers watching us should know definitely fitness is important, not just an athlete, for everybody. But people say that that people that are naturally fit. I don't know what's your perspective about that. You see a man that say is naturally fit, and that some can be hereditary or some is it. What's your thought on people that say they're naturally fit? That means the person doesn't need too much workout. Not that it doesn't need so much workout. The person is different. Do you believe that?
Nobody is naturally fit, right? So when I say naturally fit, it means that everybody, so WHO, for instance, requires that everybody should do an active workout for about 2.5 hours every week. So if you break that down, that's about 20-30 minutes per day. So that's what your body needs. Just like saying that if you park a car down, even if it's a Ferrari, the best of cars, you park it down, you park a Toyota down, right? When you start your Ferrari, if you leave it for a long time, it may not start because it's been left for a long time, even though it's a powerful engine and all that. So just like the human body, if you let the mentality of if you don't use it, you will lose it. So no matter how physically endowed you are. Some people are, are more physically endowed than others. Some people are born with genetics that make them strong and all that, but they still have to groom. Take the likes of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is a specimen of a man, and he won the Mr. Universe several times, but he had to work out to get to that point. So there is nobody that is physically, naturally fit that doesn't need workout. Everybody needs workout. Everybody needs to live a healthy lifestyle. Everybody needs to put in the time and effort to ensure that they are achieving their health goals. It's very important.
Yeah, before we go for a quick break, one more question. I noticed, I've been in Lagos all our life, and also definitely I think you also.
Yes.
Why is it that the level of fitness and exercise is higher in eyebrow areas, among the rich? Let me use that word. You probably wake up one day and go to Victoria Island, Ikoyi, Lekki. You see people exercising and fitness and all that, but most of the time you don't see that in other areas of the country. Why is there so much of awareness of fitness in, let me use the word, rich than other parts of the country? Why do you think so?
Because the rich people know they obviously live a better quality of life, and they want to extend that quality of life. So you find out that in most estates, especially gated estates, in the mornings you find people jogging, find people working out and all that, and they want to extend the quality of life. So the rich know a lot about this, and of course another thing is that the logistics of it too. So most of the rich people live in gated estates whereby the roads are paved and tarred, and they can walk around safely without having to face somebody that will rob them or take something from them. So I think that that's also something to consider. Number one, the rich know that they have a good quality of life. They want to extend it for as long as possible. They want to be able to ward, and they are more informed as well about the benefits of healthy lifestyle and healthy living. And then number two, also logistics in terms of security and safety, and tarred roads, good roads around their estates also would help them, would encourage them to actually go out there and work out. And for another thing is that they also have some of them also have groups, so they also they join fitness groups, and whereby they can go together and they can also bond. So apart from even just doing the fitness thing, they can also bond together. So I think those three reasons are why you find out that most people in those highbrow areas actually do, engage in fitness activities. Okay,
and that brings me to, before we go on this quick break, is that you are a convener of the yearly Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta, and that's a combination of having fitness and a fiesta together. What drives that vision? I mean, I know you're a pharmacist and you know the importance of medicine and regular. So what's the vision behind the Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta? So
the vision behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta is basically the vision behind Oak Cliff, and the vision behind Oak Cliff is to continually consolidate our position as a value-driven healthcare company. So beyond just the drugs and all that stuff that we want to do, we also want to ensure that fitness and a healthy lifestyle is accessible to as many people as possible. So we do these events every now and again in a bid to ensure that people are able to cultivate the habits of working. And like I said earlier, it's about creating a habit. Once you create a habit and it's consistent, then your health goals will be very achievable. A lot of the diseases that we have today, non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, are things that can be cured by having a healthy lifestyle. You don't have to be popping pills all the time, to save yourself. You can cultivate a healthy lifestyle from a young age. So from before you're 40, if you have a healthy lifestyle, the tendency is that after 40 you still maintain that lifestyle and hopefully ward off some of these diseases. And it's an epidemic this day and age. A lot of people sit down in their houses and they don't move around throughout the day watching TV or eating junk food and stuff like that. And we want to try and make people aware of the benefits of having a healthy lifestyle. So that's the basic idea behind Oak Cliff Fitness Fiesta.
Okay, and that means that with that Fitness Fiesta, we have a reduction in disease problems among participants and deaths. Does that mean that fitness reduce the level of death? Is there a connection between reducing death among people and being fit and reducing diseases among people by being fit?
Of course. So if you look at the WHO records and reports, it shows that living an active lifestyle means you're moving, you're working out, you're eating healthy, you're drinking enough water, and you're doing all these health conscious activities, definitely has a role in reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. If you don't, obviously if you are hit by a car or anything, there's an act of God that cannot avoid that. But in terms of diseases that happen as we age, Because as we age, your heart may not function as normal, your arteries may not function as normal, your liver may not function as normal. But when you are ensuring that your body is active, you know, activity is very, very important. Activity is longevity, I say. So when you're active and you have a habit of being active day by day, it helps you ward up. One of the things that you would experience when you go to the hospital, maybe you have a high blood pressure, elevated blood pressure, is that the doctor will tell you that you have to engage in lifestyle changes. Some of the lifestyle changes will be, okay, avoid certain foods, avoid certain drinks, but also include activity in your routine. So when you wake up in the morning, find 30 minutes. Before you sleep at night, find 20 minutes to work out, to eat healthy. Those two things are underpin a healthy lifestyle, and it's important. So for us, we're trying to ensure that we create an avenue whereby people come in and they are aware of what it means to actually live a healthy lifestyle. So there'll be things like health checks, to check your blood pressure, check your diabetes levels or your sugar levels, and check other things like cholesterol as well, just to be able to show. There'll also be fitness instructors there that will also be ensuring that, you know, people are also, you know, learn the basic workouts that they need, you know, on a daily basis. So that's it basically.
Interesting. Let's we'll go on this quick break. We still have pharmacist Adedikpo Adetuyi in the studio talking about the benefit of a lifestyle. As an athlete, it's important to know that the more you go in your career, being a Scotch player, a table tennis player, is tied to the exercise. Little wonder you know that most times players, footballers, have to do a particular training before every match day. So you can also do your own training at home or wherever the case may be. Let's go to this quick break. We still have just a few questions for our guests.
Yeah, relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO. How are you?
No, welcome, sir.
That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay, let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know who is here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found the gun, confessed to robbery.
Things like this happen. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember,
police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. It's still your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. You can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of this wonderful conversation. And you know how we do it is where the conversation continues even after the show. So if you're just joining us for the first time, I have a guest that I've been talking about fitness and the lifestyle of an athlete. So I want to ask whether you can also drop your questions, your observation, your comments, whether Nigeria is a fitness nation. And that'll be my next question for my guest. Do you agree that Nigeria, I mean, someone said when we talk about Nigeria, we should stop thinking about only Lagos, you know, because there's a tendency to think about only Lagos when you talk about Nigeria or the places we visited. But Nigeria is as far as big as close to Chad, close to Cameroon and all that. But do you consider Nigeria a fitness nation?
Yes, in my opinion, I think Nigeria is a fitness nation. I think that when you look at the amount of sports that Nigerians and Nigeria generally get engaged in, I think Nigeria has a very youthful population, and that sort of tends towards people not to be just want to be docile. People want to be active. Nigeria has one of the most populous youth population in the world. So when you consider that, I think Nigeria definitely is a youth population. However, there needs to be more opportunities for people to express that energy. Nigeria is bustling with a lot of energy. From Lagos to Kafanchan, there's a lot of energy in Nigeria. So I think that when it comes to fitness, there needs to be a lot of opportunity to channel that energy into healthy or health-related activities. So that's my own opinion.
So I also think I want you to agree or disagree that we do fitness unawares with how we do our things.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it can be organized fitness, like the one you are a convener. That's an organized fitness. But can somebody really be practicing fitness without being aware that it's practicing fitness with the work they do and all that?
Yeah. So, for instance, now let me give an example of a laborer. Like a laborer that has to carry sand or cement up and down a building. That's his massive fitness. Do you understand? Now, it may not be as organized as, you know, going to the gym and all that, but you're working out your body, you're fit. You find out that those guys, the six packs they have is even more than some athletes.
Of course.
Do you understand? So, or take a mechanic now that has to drill certain, or, you know, take someone that has to drill a borehole or a well. Those guys are super fit. You see their biceps and everything is so huge. So, I think that there are some jobs that tend towards, you know, physical activity, whereas some other jobs like, you know, sitting down at a desk for 9 to 5 may not. So definitely the kind of jobs that you have will determine, you know, whether or not you are experiencing or expressing yourself in a physical way.
So you can still be fit without you getting aware that that's what you're doing. Perhaps you're thinking your job, like the bricklayer you mentioned, an example you mentioned, are just, oh, I'm going for my daily bread and all that. Meanwhile, the process of getting your daily bread accumulates fitness and all that. So what will you advise for someone like us that talk so much about fitness, talk about sport, but we don't go into fitness?
All right. So I think that for people that talk about it and don't go into it, I think you have to just ask yourself, why are you not going into it? And, you know, being fit is like an investment in your future. So you want to be able to invest properly in your future. You want to be able to be at 60, 70 years old and be able to play with your grandkids and be able to climb a flight of stairs and not be panting. So that's just the way it is. If you don't do that now, down the line, you'll probably be in and out of the hospital or not be able to play with your grandkids or even die at an early age. So at the end of the day, those are the things that you have to consider now. Do you want to pay the price now or pay the price later? So that's the question that you have to ask yourself.
And now, what do you think the nation should do? I mean, this is not just for the benefit of athletes, it's also for everybody listening, because fitness, it's required for everybody. What do you think the nation needs to do more? Privately, like you are doing yours privately, what do you think the nation should do more about keeping the nation fitness? What role do you think government needs to play?
Well, I think that's again, in school curriculum, most schools have physical education as a course or as a subject that people take. And so I think that physical education is something that we need to pay more attention to. So I know that when I was in school, physical education was a very, very important part of our schooling. So I think it was every Wednesday, you wear your white and white, you go to school, you run around the track, you play football, long tennis, volleyball, netball, and the likes. And so that should be part of every curriculum in every school. Now, another part of it is also to ensure that there's an enabling environment for people that want to do this kind of activities. Recently, I saw in Lagos that there is a bike park that was just recently inaugurated around the Ikoyi. And so there needs to be more things like that. There are hardly any parks in Nigeria. If you go across the length and breadth of Nigeria, you find that there are no parks. And parks is also a way that, you know, people can go, they can walk around with their dogs or their spouses or whatever and go around and have a good time. So, like I said, fitness is not until you are running up and down a flight of stairs and lifting heavy weights, but just create an environment whereby you go to a park, walk around 3, 4, 5 times, you've already done 30 minutes and you don't even notice, but your heart rate has gone up and you feel better and you go back home and you rest. So I think that those are the two things, I think, from a school perspective, and also creating an enabling environment vis-a-vis parks and gymnasiums and things like that. So I think those are the things that I would say, you know, and a lot of sensitization as well. There needs to be a lot of sensitization about the benefits of healthy living and working out and being fit.
Okay, well said. And let's go straight to the upcoming fitness event that's taking place. And looking definitely at this, we realize that I've been part of it some years ago. Beyond the exercise, like we can see on our screen right now, that's one of the editions of the event. Beyond that, what is expected for every athlete? Because I know it's free.
Yes.
You understand? You're not asking anybody to pay for that, and that's like a CSR for the community. What is there any side attraction to that?
Oh yes. So I think unlike the other events that we've done before, this one is going to be in collaboration with an adult games community, let me call it. It's called Gameland. And so after the fitness events and the health checks, there's also going to be like an Olympic style games activities whereby we're going to have people grouped into different groups, about 3 or 4 groups, and they're going to be competing on different events. So table tennis, snooker, there's going to be basketball, and
so
just
there'll be
things like
sports.
that. There will be sports.
In sports.
There will be sports.
Because that fitness and exercise is sport on its own.
Yes,
because I know every now and then, just the last Olympic, we had break dance.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
As a sport.
Yeah.
So that means, in as much as we are having the fitness exercise going on, there'll also be table tennis.
Yes.
There'll also be football.
Yes.
And there'll also be, I think you also mentioned free check or blood check.
So there'll be health checks as well. There'll also be, music. So the idea of it is it's called a fitness fiesta. So fiesta basically is Spanish for a party.
Okay.
So we're also trying to attract people beyond people that don't necessarily like to work out. Just come, have fun. Let's have a party. So it's going to be fun. There's going to be DJs there playing music. There's going to be some influencers there as well that you may know. That'll be also be attending the event. So it's going to be a fun event for everybody. So whether you're a fitness buff or you just started fitness that day, there's going to be something for everybody, and I'm sure that's going to be a fun time.
And the purpose is to... I noticed also, like I asked earlier before I round up the show, that most of the events they do, organized like that, are not always on the mainland. There's disparity between... Why do we shift events like fitness to the island, you understand, and we take others outside it? Why on the island again?
Okay, so I think we've had our previous early editions were on the mainland at Isheri. We had 2 editions at the mainland, and then the last 2 we've done are on the island. But I can assure you that the next one we're going to be doing, we're even going to be going outside of Lagos. So we're going to be either Abuja or Port Harcourt. So I think the island just lends itself to a youthful population. You have a youthful population over there, and then you also have facilities whereby we can, like an event center like this, like Gameland. You don't have many of them on the mainland. We just wanted something that after the workout, there are other activities that people can also engage in. But I can assure you that for the next one, we're definitely going to take it somewhere different from Lagos.
Before I let you go, for those asking that where it's going to be, we have definitely, it's free. This is not a paid event at all. This you can just walk in and show, just like you going into the stadium, and that's going to be on February 22nd. That's on Saturday, where you can just walk free. And you say that's on Lekki Gameland?
Yes, so Gameland, number 1 Providence Way.
Okay.
Yes, in Lekki.
So it's a free event, like going into the stadium to exercise yourself. There's nothing about collecting money or event. You can just be passing by and just so those asking out to be free and where you can get it. So that's a very, very good moment for you. And also, if you can't make it there, your house is also a center. You can jog within your house and just make sure that you are part of those Nigerians that get the regular exercise wherever you are. I'll say a big thank you for being part of the show.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And the fitness should continue beyond the particular day. For
that's the hope. That's the hope that at least some people will come there that day and be inspired to continue to live a fitness and healthy lifestyle. So that's the idea. I hope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's been a wonderful time on the show today, and for those of you asking how you're going to be part of it, the exercise can start today at home. To talk about, are you really part of the Nigerians are fit in Nigeria? Because it's a question to ask yourself: is Nigeria a fitness nation? So if you think you are fit, then you can encourage other person, because you cannot be an athlete or you cannot be healthy without fitness. So sometime next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome. Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, is a troubled party. The lingering leadership crisis rocking the PDP has taken a fresh twist following the altercation between party chieftain Samuel Anyanwu and former National Youth leader Sunday Ude-Okoye over the position of the National Secretary. Now, shortly after the fight which broke out between both men during a meeting of the party's Board of Trustees at its headquarters in Abuja, governors elected on the platform of the PDP backed Ude-Okoye as the national chairman. Thereafter, the BOT also affirmed Ude-Okoye as the party's substantive national secretary, throwing its weight behind the PDP governors and asking the party's National Working Committee to swear him in. The BOT chairman and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara made the announcement on Tuesday at the 80th meeting of the board in Abuja. Now, however, Anyanwu has rejected the directive from the BOT for Ude-Okoye to be sworn in, citing an ongoing court case on the matter and the expiration of the tenures of about 80% of the BOT members who attended the meeting. Now, the PDP has also been embroiled in a leadership crisis exacerbated by the fallout from the 2023 general elections. The battle over the national secretary position intensified after the Southeast PDP nominated Ude-Okoye to replace Senator Anyanwu, who contested the Imo State governorship election. Despite the Court of Appeal's December 2024 ruling affirming Ude-Okoye as the national chairman, Anyanwu's loyalists have resisted the decision as an appeal has already been filed at the Supreme Court, further escalating tensions within the party. Joining me now to discuss the troubles within the PDP is a chieftain of the party, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, who joins us from Lagos. Also joining us from Abuja is another chieftain of the party, Dabu Kiabo Warmate. So let me start with you, Dr. Pierce. What do you make of this crisis that is rocking your party, especially over the issue of the position of National Secretary, the BOT of your party recognizing Ude-Okoye, and then the other faction, of course, saying that that's not going to happen because they've actually filed an appeal at the Supreme Court. And, of course, Senator Anyanwu insisting that he remains the substantive National Secretary of the party.
Well, let me say first and foremost do not continue to use the word crisis for the problems we have in the PDP.
But there's crisis in the party.
We do. That is what you say. I am telling you as a member of the party, as a major stakeholder in the party, that we are tired of the media classifying our challenges in the party as a crisis. You know why we say this?
Okay.
When we have a crisis, the people, Nigerians, begin to suspect that we are not ready to provide proper solutions, alternatives to the destructive, the unheard of failure of this Tinubu administration.
But the problem is, if you continue to have problems like this in your party, how then would you be able to come up with that alternative?
The PDP has everything it takes to win in 2027 because the PDP is a formidable party. The PDP is alive and well. The PDP is stable. Now, let me tell you why. When
you say the PDP is stable, sorry, Dr. Pierce, when you say the PDP is stable, we have it. I mean, we see it almost on a weekly basis. High-profile members are leaving your party. How would you say the party is stable?
The first problem you talk about, the crisis, what you call the crisis is what is happening with the National Secretary. Let me give you a clear perspective of what is happening with the National Secretary of a party. Whenever a member, an officer of the party, goes away from his responsibility, leaves his office, as Anyanwu did in 2023 to go and contest for governor in Imo State, by the constitution of the party, you resign your position if you are going to go and apply for another position. Anyanwu resigned his position accordingly. He went to Imo State and he failed in his bid. He came back. He wanted his job back. The zone where he comes from, the southeastern zone, the members and the leadership met and said, we have replaced you with Chief Sunday Ude Okoye. Why? Because there cannot be a vacancy for the position of National Secretary that has been zoned to our southeast zone. That is what happened. So when Anyanwu came back, found that his zone had replaced him. Now listen to what I'm saying.
Yes, I am.
All these things are legal. These things are legal and technical.
They're out there in the public
and clear. Now, when he came back and he found that his zone has replaced him, he went to court. When he got to court, Enugu court said he appealed the position that has been removed. And Enugu court said, you are legally removed. You are no longer the National Secretary of the PDP. Ude Okoye is the legal and obvious National Secretary of the PDP because your zone has replaced you. You are not bigger than the party. You are not bigger than your zone. You are only an instrument that was used by the people of your zone to give you an office. Now they say they don't want you anymore. The law has said you have been removed. Now, listen to this. The major organs of the PDP. What is the party, if not the organs of the party? The Board of Trustees have said, and let me tell you what happened with the Board of Trustees, just to show you how much the party has bent over backward to satisfy Anyanwu. Listen to what happened. The fracas you saw last week at the national headquarters of the PDP, Wadata Plaza, was because when the BOT met, Anyanwu, who was supposed to be in the background, decided to attend the meeting in his capacity as a former secretary. He shouldn't have been there because Udo Okoye was going to be there.
Okay.
When the two of them got there, listen to this. The BOT now said since there seems to be a problem, you know, we've already decided that you are no longer the national secretary, but since you insist, this is what we're going to do. The BOT now appointed a committee led by a lawyer, a barrister, a son, to look into the issue and give them a report. When the son gave them the report said Ude Okoye is technically and legally, officially, the national secretary of the party, and Anyanwu is a former secretary and he has no claim. This is the report that the BOT got and then announced. You understand me? What is the problem? You people keep saying crisis and crisis.
Just hold on, Dr. Pierce. I'm going to come back to you. Let me go to Mr. Warmate in Abuja, because the truth is that beyond the issue over the position of the national secretary, there are other problems in the party, and we can't deny the fact
what are the other problems?
We can't deny that the party is divided, and we see that.
Let us take. Are you holding?
No, I'm not.
Who are you holding brief for?
I'm not holding brief for.
Let us take the issue one by one.
We're going to take it.
Let's talk about when we finish with the national secretary.
Just hold on.
Let's talk about that. Don't tell me there are many issues.
Hold on, Dr. Pierce.
I'm
going to come back. I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Pierce. But let me go over to Mr. Warmate now. Mr. Warmate, what do you make of all of this? I mean, you've heard Dr. Pierce and all the issues that he's put forward and all of that. What's your take on all of this?
Thank you very much for having me. And let me say that what we have in PDP today is what I call interest wrangling. And having said that, let me correct impression that Anyanwu is the former secretary of our great party. That is very wrong, and I'll state why. Looking at section 47(5), it stated clearly, the first paragraph or the first sentence there, it stated it said may, that was the first word used, may resign. And we've had situation whereby the present deputy national publicity secretary went to contest as governor of Kebbi State, lost the primaries, came back. The former national treasurer in Ekiti State did same. So that section said may is at the discretion of the person. It is not shall. Let me correct that. The second part that said shall is talking about the duration. If you are willing to resign, then you can resign based on the guideline that is given to you regarding the particular election you're contesting. That is what that section is talking about. And Anyanwu did not resign. That is the truth. He did not resign his position. And coming to the court statement, the first court of instance, which is the High Court, Ude Okoye got a judgment in his favor. Anyanwu got a judgment at the Federal High Court in his favor. Then Ude Okoye went to appeal court to get a judgment in his favor. Then Anyanwu swiftly filed for a stay of execution in one hand, and in the second hand, now appeal the appeal court judgment at the Supreme Court. Now, if you say stay of execution, I want to tell you and take you back to 2003. The present sitting BOT chairman is a beneficiary of a stay of execution, interim order. If not, he wouldn't have been a Senate president. Go and check the records. So why will you overlook the fact that there is stay of execution from the appeal court? That is a fraud. In fact, today, what we have, let me tell you why I don't consider the BOT report as legal or binding, because one, the BOT is advisory body. Number two is that most half of the BOT members, their tenure has expired. Their tenure have expired. Number three is that the BOT, since Wabara took over, has not form a quorum rather. Look at section 32, subsection 11. you must form a quorum, and that quorum is two-thirds, and not just two-thirds, but two-thirds from each of the 36 states, including FCT. And there is not two-thirds since he became the BOT chairman. We have 128 members of the BOT. Since they have sitting, they've not had up to 75. We needed 75 to form a quorum two-thirds. So where is the binding decision of the BOT? And come to the report, a one-man report by a BOT that ought to be the conscience of the party that took side ab initio since this matter started. The BOT chairman. And people like us are saying it's not fit to be the BOT chairman, he should resign because it's a beneficiary of state of execution and he's overlooking it. And since he became the BOT chairman, the party he has not been able to governize to form a quorum. We are talking about constitution. We are not talking about interest.
But let me ask you. Let me ask you this: What about the decision of the governors? I mean, the governors of the party. I'm talking about governors of the party now, who have come out to issue a statement to say they recognize Ude Okoye, asking the BOT to toe that line.
No. Let me tell you, the governors have their opinion. The governors have the opinion and they are entitled to the opinion. They support the party, but that doesn't mean PDP is owned by Nigerians. No, nobody, not the governor's forum. PDP is owned by Nigerians. And let me say this. Our leader there that is with you knows that during the MPN time, party is supreme. Protocol. When there is party function, the president sits down before the national chairman comes in and sit down. That is the protocol during MPN. Then if it's government function, the president, the national chairman, if he's invited, sits before the president. So if they are going to be a stakeholder meeting, it is not government functionaries that will be the one to preside. That is one. And you asked the second question that, I've forgotten the second question you asked. About the Ude Okoye. Yes. Now, let me let you know, I feel very saddened about the governor. I feel very saddened. Do you know I feel saddened? It's because the person they are presenting is a misfit. And I'll give you my reason. Okay. Ude Okoye was a youth leader, a disastrous tenure as a national youth leader. Ude Okoye, based on section 67, subsection 1H, the definition of a youth is between 18 and 40. So that means if you are contesting as a youth leader, you must be below 35. So if we are serving 2 years, before the 40 years, or exact at 40 years, your tenure will elapse. Ude Okoye contested at 38.
But then your party chose to give him that position.
No, wait, I'm going somewhere. He left at 42. Now that is one. Number two, look at the crisis at the BOT meeting. The so-called national secretary that they are presenting to the party faithful, look at how disgraceful came in with talks, and the BOT is sweeping it under the carpet. This is somebody that, from what it has been alleged, the document he used to secure the judgment, he forged it. For crying out loud, this elder should respect themselves and stop deceiving Nigerians and produce not to bring somebody that as irresponsible Ude Okoye to come and be national secretary. For which party?
But we also cannot deny the fact that he was nominated and put forward by the members of your party in the Southeast Zone. So I mean,
but Anyanwu was elected by the National Convention to serve a term of 4 years, and Anyanwu did not resign. And Anyanwu has a stay of execution.
Okay,
stay in the judgment, and Anyanwu filed appeal at the Supreme Court. Some of the governors that lost at the tribunal, they did not even file a stay of execution. Only an appeal served as a stay of execution. For crying out loud, it's high time we tell our leaders to their face. They should stop deceiving the young ones.
All right, I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Womit. Let me get the reaction of Dr. Pierce on this. Dr. Pierce, I mean, you just heard it there. First is, Senator Anyanwu has a court injunction. He got an injunction now. I mean, a stay of proceedings. And then you can hear Mr. Womit citing your constitution, the constitution of the party, and that Anyanwu did not resign And that it's also happened in the past with other people who occupy other positions.
Okay. Don't interrupt me now when I talk.
Yeah, please go on.
I didn't say anything when I was talking. You see, this situation is like, a political party is like a family, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. The political family says they don't want you anymore. It's like a marriage. You can say anything you want, you can go to court, but the man says it's a divorce. Or the woman says, I'm not interested in you anymore for various reasons. Okay, the case is in court. Let me tell you something. This is where law, court of law, and the court of public opinion come together. This is what happened in the case of Ayahu. Let us assume he did not resign, okay? As in the cases that the gentleman quoted, people left the office, went away, contested,
came back,
lost, and came back. You know why they came back? Because in their zone, they represented them. You understand me? In the zone, because the zone, you see, the position is zoned to the zone, is given to the zone, not to you as an individual. You never represented yourself. You represented the Southeast zone.
But the argument is that he was elected at a national convention.
Listen, okay, this is the overall picture I'm painting for you now. Before you were elected at the national convention, you were presented by your zone, right?
Yeah.
Is that not how it works?
Yeah.
Okay. The zone that presented you now said, we own that position. You were nominated by us. We are now withdrawing you because we don't longer. So what happens is, if you leave your position and you come back, you may be accepted. If your zone says, we want him back to come back and represent us. In the case, listen now, in the case of Ayamu, the zone said, we don't want him. And you know why they don't want him? Because you see, the gentleman was talking about how people didn't qualify and all of this. You see, everything depends on the opinion of the people who determine your position.
But shouldn't the constitution of the party count? Shouldn't the what exactly is the constitution? Should it be because should it be at the whims of the zone or the constitution of the party?
No. What is the constitution? The constitution says that your zone will support you or reject you. Now, you know why the zone rejected Ayamu and said they don't want him? It is because when Ayamu, listen to this now, when Ayamu went to Imo State to contest for governor, we were amazed at what happened. Virtually everybody in the state ESCO left the party because of Ayamu. It created so much chaos in the party that now our Imo State PDP is so weakened. So they don't want him. That's the bottom line. Whether he's good or bad, I don't know.
Okay.
What happens is, listen, so that issue about people come back, they come back because they have the goodwill of the people who nominated them in the first place. Ayamu doesn't have the goodwill of his own. Therefore, he has been removed. Another issue. Listen, let us say Ayamu legally, by the constitution even of the party, is entitled to be the national secretary. Again, after he left office. Now, listen to this. And this is my final summary. Your zone that nominated you say they don't want you. The other organs of the party, the National Governors Forum, say they don't want you. The Board of Trustees say they don't want you. 14 out of the 17 members of the National Working Committee say they don't want you. What are you looking for? I can guarantee you. The reason I came to talk about this is just so that we have an opinion, an alternative opinion. Ayamu can do whatever he wants at the end of the day, especially when we go to the NEC meeting or the National Convention. Anyanwu's term is nearly over. I think it's over by this October. I mean, the man is just there to cause confusion in the PDP. He is working very closely with former governor, FCT Minister Wike, to destabilize PDP. The only reason why Anyanwu continues to claim that he is the national secretary of the party is to do the bidding of Tinubu, who wants to dismantle PDP. It's not going to work.
Okay.
No matter what he says, if every organ in the party say they don't want you, they don't want you. You got to go.
Let me give Mr. Warmate now to respond to some of those issues you have raised. Mr. Warmate, you heard Dr. Pierce. He said,
yes,
you know, the zone where Senator Anyanwu comes from, that the zone doesn't want him anymore, that the other people that you cited who returned, that they enjoyed the goodwill of their zone, and so they were able to come back. So it really doesn't really matter what the Constitution says. It's really about your zone.
That is so disappointing, because in every organization, the grand norm of every organization is the Constitution. That is number one. Number two is that when a position is zoned to an area, everybody is entitled to contest. Whoever that is emerged from that zone, take the position. Number three is that there is no section in our Constitution that gives any region or zone the power to remove or replace anybody. I'm using the Constitution. I'm not using anything. I'm not using public opinion. I'm not using sentiment. I'm using the Constitution that governs the People's Democratic Party. I believe that the present beauty as constituted is not the conscience of the party. And people like Alex Ekweme, people like Solomon La in their graves will be rolling to see that the beauty has failed in its responsibility to enshrine peace. So what is the issue? If Anyanwu is a bosom friend of Wike, when Wike was local government chairman, Anyanwu was also a chairman. What is the crime about that? Where is the evidence to show that Wike want to destroy PDP? They carry narratives. Where is the proof? At this level of our leaders, they should show proof, not just carry narrative without proofs or create narratives. Show us the proof that Wike want to destroy PDP and see what will happen. But you don't have any. No, I'm coming, please. I'm coming, please. And that is the issue. The thing I want to let you know is that what about the zone that sat at the PDP secretariat? I made reference to my initial statement that the party is supreme. If you want to be a governor and a senator, be a governor and a senator. If you want to be a party member, come and be a party member. You cannot be a governor and a senator at the same time want to be a party member. Look at the Southeast ESCO caucus that met at the PDP National Secretariat. If they make reference to that, those are party executives from state ESCOs to ZEC, that is zonal executive. The one at Enugu, the governors and the only governor we have from the Southeast and some this thing and some lousy boy called Ogochiere coming to talk, for crying out loud. See, we'll tell them to their faces the truth. There is no zone that came up and said Anyanwu should not be there. What of the other one? Just suppose the two and give your own position. So for the Constitution is solidly behind Anyanwu continue staying there. One, by the state of execution, Anyanwu, as we speak today, is the constitutionally and legally recognized national legal advisor. The beauty has a role of advisory to advise the NWC and the party. And in this instance, I've given you most of them their tenure have expired. So as it is, we don't have a properly constituted beauty. In addition to that, since they met, they've not formed quorum. So if they don't form quorum, all they are doing is just a constellation and nothing more than that. So that is the position.
We have to wrap up now. Dr. Pierce, I want to ask you one pointed question. Don't you think that the troubles within the party, the PDP today, is because of the ambition of the former vice president of the country, that's Atiku Abubakar? Because the general impression is that he plans, and he's made it very clear, that he plans to contest in 2027. So don't you think if he comes out today to make the announcement that he's not going to run and make it clear that he's not interested, that the troubles and the tensions in the PDP will die down?
What has Atiku's ambition in 2027 got to do with the problem of the National Secretary?
Look,
the National Secretary...
Let's face it, this is not just about the National Secretary position. We know there are troubles within the PDP.
What is the problem? What other problem?
No, I mean, look at your party in the Niger Delta, for instance. Take a look at what is happening in Delta State, for instance. You take a look at what is happening elsewhere. Your senators, your House of Reps members are leaving the party. There are quite a number of people who are leaving, and you can't deny the fact that, look, the party is divided. Even the governors are not united.
The governors are united. Every time they meet, the governors speak with one voice. In any political party, whenever you are in opposition, whenever you've lost an election, a lot of people get worried. They become insecure. Some of them are pressured. Some of them are blackmailed. Some of them go and take money and decide to go to another party. So all of this movement, people leaving the party, some people are coming to PDP from APC and Labour Party, all sorts of things. That's not a problem. Atiku is not a problem of PDP.
So, Dr. Pierce, you don't think, do you subscribe to the idea of Atiku contesting in 2027?
Listen to me. In 2023, I worked seriously, as you probably remember, for Atiku.
Yes.
In 2027, I am going to be the national coordinator of Makinde for president if he wants to run. You understand me? So that I am not holding brief for Atiku. I'm only saying that if Atiku Abubakar wants to run in 2027, and the Constitution allows him, in other words, if we have not zoned, if the party has not zoned the presidency to the south, and Atiku from the north can run legally, then why should he not run? It's his democratic right to run. Now, this is where we are. Everything will be settled at our national convention once we elect a substantive national chairman. If the national chairman comes from the north, the presidency will come from the south.
No, but you know it doesn't play. You know it doesn't play out like that. I mean, the current.
No.
It didn't play out like that in 2023.
Please, let me explain. This is the way it has always played out in PDP.
But it didn't play out that way in 2023. It didn't play out that way in 2023.
That is exactly what happened in 2023. You refused to be responsible. You went on video, on record, to say that if a northerner emerges as the president, he would step down. Unfortunately, he didn't step down. That's why we had that crisis. We're not having it again this time because we have learned our lesson.
All right.
Whatever it is we have done, we didn't zone. That was the problem.
Dr. Pierce, I'm afraid we're out of time. So let me just get a final word now.
If we zone now, everything will be in order.
So let me get a final word.
We don't have a problem.
Yeah, Mr. Womit, what do you think? Do you think that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, that his ambition is actually the cause of the crisis in the PDP, and that the tension would die down the moment he comes out to say he is not going to contest, and make it very clear that he is not going to contest in 2027?
Yes, before going to that quickly, let me just say this, that our leader in Lagos is very correct to say that all this made people decamping and made PDP not to popular in Imo State again. If that is the case, Lagos State, since 1999, we've not won the state, and they have been there. What do you say about that? So we shouldn't have anybody from there in the national. So that is by the way, but let me go to this. Yes, you are very correct to have said that if the former vice president and presidential candidate in 2023, His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the Waziri Adamawa, should today come up to say, I'm stepping down my ambition till 2031. It will give a lot of people joy, and it will enshrine some level of peace. Because you like it or not, today, we talked about zoning the presidency to the south. The presidency will have to stay in the south for the next, from 2027 to 2031. And that is what we have been advocating, and we have approached elders to appeal to him. That was what led to we losing the 2023 presidential election, and also having the crisis, laying the foundation for this crisis that we're, or not crisis, but the interest wrangling we're experiencing. And to say, let me finally wrap up it by saying that PDP is coming out strong, despite in every family, even husband and wife quarrel, we have our interest wrangling, but we are assuring Nigerians that will come out strong and will deliver them from the tears they are going through right now, will wipe away their tears. 2027, PDP will come on board and will make it. And I want to commend the acting national chairman for all he's doing to ensure that the party is being stabilized. Thank you very much.
All right, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts on this very thorny issue within your party. Dr. Tokunbo Pierce.
And the same thing I'm saying. So the PDP is alive and well. We have our squabbles, little fracas, but we are united and we are together, and we are going to rescue Nigeria from the destitution that the APC government has given us.
All right, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, thank you.
I totally agree with his last statement.
All right, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, thank you very much for your time. And Dabo Kiabo, Warmate, thanks also for coming on the program. Appreciate it. Yeah, all right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the continued stay in office of current Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, despite attaining the age of 60 in September 2024, has recently sparked debates over conflicting provisions in the Police Act regarding retirement age and tenure duration. Egbetokun's tenure, which took effect from October 31st, 2023, would have come to an end on his attainment of 60 years of age on September 4th, 2024. However, before his retirement age now, the Police Act was amended to allow the occupant of the office to remain and complete the original 4-year term granted under Section 7(6) of the Act, notwithstanding the fact that he has attained the age of 60 years. Now, this has therefore statutorily extended the tenure of office of Egbetokun in order to complete the 4-year tenure granted him. Clarifying the legality of Egbetokun's continued stay in office, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has dismissed the notion that the IGP's 4-year tenure is an act of illegality, asserting that the continuous stay in office of the IGP is legal and lawful. Now, the Nigeria Police Force has also clarified that the approval of the IGP's 4-year tenure is not an extension but a proper application of the law governing the office of the Inspector General of Police, and therefore aligns with the provisions of the amended Police Act. In recent years, tenures now of successive Inspector Generals of Police have actually triggered controversy over the police chief's stay in office beyond the prescribed 35 years of service or the 60 years retirement age. Human rights activist and former presidential candidate now, Omoyele Sowore, had sparked public debate by challenging the legality of the IGP Egbetokun's extended tenure. Sowore labeled Egbetokun as, quote, an illegal IGP in public statements and social media posts, contending that the IGP's continued service beyond the mandatory retirement age of 60 and after completing 35 years in service was unlawful. Now, this dispute has led to legal actions, with Sowore facing charges for allegedly using his social media platforms to refer to Egbetokun as, quote, an illegal IGP. Let's try to unpack all of this now. I'm being joined on the program by legal practitioner and political affairs analyst Libros Oshoma. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program. What exactly is the position of the law with regards to IGP Egbetokun's continued stay in office as the Inspector General of Police? What is the current position?
Yeah, thank you, Deji. First and foremost, like you said, let us unpack the law. And we're talking unpacking the law. We're talking about the Police Act here now, not the Constitution, because and then by extension, we would say that the law is what the court says it is. So in this case, eventually maybe the court will have to tell us the right interpretation. But if you look at Section 7, subsection 6 of the Police Act, it states that any person appointed to the office of the Inspector General of Police shall hold office for 4 years. But however, Section 18.
This is the amended. This is the amendment, right?
That has been the position of the Police Act, Section 7(6) of the Police Act.
Yeah.
But however, Section 18, subsection 8 of the same Police Act says that every police officer shall on recruitment or appointment serve in the Nigerian police for a period of 35 years or until he attains the age of 60, whichever is earlier. So, however, in July 23rd, 2023, the Police Act was amended by insertion or introduction of section, a paragraph 8A. So the paragraph of subsection 8 of section 18 that I just read now.
Yeah.
And that paragraph 8A, if you permit me,
go on.
gave the IGP a special civil service right and enforce section 7(6) of the Act. And so what that section simply did was to cloak the IGP with the secure tenure of office. That any IGP appointed, shall serve out a 4-year term prescribed in section 7, subsection 6, irrespective of his retirement age. That's the new insertion of section 18, subsection 8A. That's the controversial section that is creating all of the problems.
But what does the Constitution say?
No, the issue here is not the Constitution, it is the Police Act. The Constitution just provides for, the appointment of an Inspector General. It is the Police Act that spells out how it shall be appointed, the tenure of office, retirement age, and all of that. So, but however, the problem here now is that some lawyers are of the view that since that section 18, subsection 8, paragraph 8A, paragraph A, did not expressly mention the fact that Egbetoku shall be a beneficiary. And that so to that extent that it is the person that will come after Egbetoku that should benefit that amendment and not Egbetoku. So what that means really, even if you have 2 days or 1 day to retirement, the moment you are appointed as the Inspector General of Police now, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your tenure, irrespective of the time of retirement as spelled out in section 18 subsection 8, by virtue of that amendment, that is section of paragraph A, irrespective of the time you have, you will serve out 4-year tenure. But the question now is whether Egbetoku can benefit from that amendment. His name not expressly mentioned in that provision, in that law, or his office specifically mentioned in that amendment, because actually the amendment was to accommodate Egbetoku's tenure in office. He was to retire in October, and the amendment came in July. So that's where the quagmire.
Do you get the impression, and I seem to get the impression that amendment was, would I be right to say that somehow that amendment was sort of political and it was done just to give Egbetokun an opportunity to continue to remain in office, that the president actually wants him to be in office?
Yes. What that amendment simply did, okay, yes, that's subsection 8A. It says, any person appointed to the office of the Inspector General of Police shall remain in office until the end of the term stipulated in the letter of appointment in line with the provisions of section 7C of this act. That amendment, to a very large extent, because the amendment was the amendment was passed in the House by the two houses concurrently with supersonic speed, and I think it was done expressly to accommodate Egbetokun in office for the next 4 years. But some lawyers have argued that whether it was done to accommodate Egbetokun, the fact that the amendment did not expressly state that Egbetokun, being the sitting IG, shall be a beneficiary of this amendment. But also, some others have argued that no, you do not need, provided that Egbetokun's tenure had not lapsed. In as much as Egbetokun is still in office and there is an amendment to the law and that he's a beneficiary of that office. So those are the two schools of thought, that are arguing on this matter. And like it happened with the service chiefs during, I think, Goodluck Jonathan's tenure, when there was argument whether the Senate needed, whether the service chiefs needed a confirmation of the Senate or not, and Professor Keamu approached the court for the court interpretation on, and the court eventually ruled that the service chiefs would need a Senate clearance. I think, some persons will have to also approach the court for a clear court interpretation, because the Showore School of Thought believe that amendment, Egbetokun cannot be a beneficiary. While the Attorney General School of Thought believes that Egbetokun, being the occupant of that office, his tenure not having expired before the amendment, certainly that he would be a beneficiary of that amendment. So
but in the whole of this, but in the whole of this, there's no provision that says the president cannot sack the IG. In that 4 year, even if his tenure, even if his stay in office is tenured, the president can still fire him, right?
Yes. If it is not the president now, it is not the president. It is the Police Service Commission. The Police Service Commission, if the Inspector General of Police commits infractions.
No, but we know when new presidents come sometimes. We know when new presidents come, they just want to appoint their own IG, and, they look for a way to fire the one who's in office.
To the president, and I think it is also, just like the service chief, it is by two-thirds majority of the House, but I think every president would want to have, his own IG. But I think it is high time. My challenge really, Deji, is the fact that the APC, while they were in opposition, they did argue. It was their position. They canvassed it, across the length and breadth of Nigeria, that a president should not be the appointer of the Inspector General of Police. That is, Nigerian police and the office of the Inspector General of Police should be insulated from the vagaries of politics. And so, to that extent, the president should not be the appointer of the IGP. But as in this case, now they are in office, they are beneficiaries of the same thing that they had criticized.
All right, Liberal Soshoma, thank you very much for coming on the program and for enlightening us on this very controversial issue. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us and go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 playfields. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, you would think Nigeria has more than enough states than it can cope with, but then the Nigeria House of Representatives Committee now on Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 new states in the country. You heard me right, 31. So the 131 in addition to what we have. Now, the proposal for new states was contained in a letter read during Thursday's plenary session now by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the session in the absence of the Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. The committee chaired by Kalu proposed 6 new states for North Central, 4 in the Northeast, 5 in the Northwest, 5 in Southeast, 4 in South-South, and 7 in Southwest. So if the proposal scales through, the Nigerian state will be made up of, well, Nigeria now will be made up of 67 states. That's 67 subnational governments. Specifically, in accordance with Section 8.3 of the 1999 Constitution, the outcome of the votes of the state houses of assembly in the referendum now must be forwarded to the National Assembly for fulfillment of state demands. So, Kalu said the committee, in line with the Constitution, will proceed with the process for requests that meet the constitutional threshold. The request for states creation can only materialize if at least two-thirds majority of members of the Senate and House of Representatives declare their support now in respect of the area and the local government council. Wow, this is quite surprising. So the House of Representatives proposing 31 additional states in the country. Let's discuss this further. Now being joined on the program by political affairs and legal expert Adewale Ajadi, who joins us from Abuja. Mr. Ajadi, I find this very shocking. We've had proposals in the past. This is not new. But I would think this is the first time we would have the National Assembly, the House of Representatives specifically, asking for the creation of 31 additional states. What's your take on that?
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Nothing surprises. This is the quality of representation that appears to take charge at the moment. But I mean, to be honest with you, without attacking anybody or attacking even the idea, the first question is that are the states we have at the moment fulfilling their obligations to our citizens? And the answer might be not as straightforward as one would want it to be. There are positives. You know, some of these states have introduced development into places where there was no development before. And so you could say that they are harbingers of greater urbanization for some of the places that never had that kind of capacity and infrastructure. At the same time, the states are the platform of lack of accountability in the country. They are the platform for extreme levels of Commonwealth taking. They are the platforms for lack of engagement with the grassroots and the local government. So what are we really saying? What they ought to have done, in my view, and if I'm not going too far ahead, is that they ought to have had some evaluation of the existing states. Firstly, there's also this question, are they economically viable?
Viable.
Many of them are not.
Yes, and you're quite right, because in the past we've had suggestions that maybe it's time we started considering merging some states, because in fact some are not economically viable. You take away what comes from the federation account, they will just die naturally. But then to now suggest that additional 31 states should be created, the question is where will the funding come from?
I don't think we should decide it exclusively on funds. We should look at it on the merit, and we should talk about it on the merit. There are ways in which they are trying to ensure And one could look at it from two perspectives, actually. You could look at it from the perspectives of some of the minority ethnic groups in different states wanting some of their own day in the sunshine.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult thing to be a minority in some states.
That's true.
And having a voice is important. However, there are ways to look after that, and I'll come back to that. The second aspect is that this is in their interest. They are politicians. The career progression for them is having these states where all of them can be governors and be like all the other governors who have lived an incredible life and lived their dreams and financially and otherwise. So, it's enlightening. Well, it's not enlightening, but it's self-interest to some extent. But having looked at it in the round, my own suggestion is I can see both sides. I don't necessarily agree there should be more states. But I feel compelled to say what needs to happen is that we have to start with every state having a constitution. If every state has a constitution, current states, the 36 states have constitutions that holds their chief executives to account, that makes politicians accountable, and people have a ways of holding them in check. There are checks and balances in the system. The monies they collect are accountable to the judiciary where it's applicable, to the local governments where it's applicable. All of these things start happening. Are you with me? We then start to get into a space where we can start looking at what is the real viability of these states and whether we can seriously consider adding additional states for the sake of the diversity of people in the different states. But a constitution would also get rid of the problem of lack of diversity, because it would ensure that a properly written constitution would ensure that all of the different ethnic groups in the state are properly catered for, that allocations are given to different local governments. That, like in my state, I would argue, and I'm an Ibadan man.
Yes, your people have been asking for the creation of Ibadan State anyway.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised at that. But for your state, Ibadan has been a double-edged sword, because all of the governors have been from Ibadan, right?
Yeah.
All the governors in it, and also most of the expenditure often goes to Ibadan. Although it's arguable that nothing is gone to Ibadan under this present administration, and most of it's gone to Okeobu. But whichever way you look at it, whichever way you consider it, if we add a constitution, we can make sure that we have standards, and those standards are properly applied within the state, before we then start moving to this next stage, which is, there's things that we can address under the existing constitution of the state, and maybe we should create additional states. Then there will be a standard and a process and all of the things that we really need in order to make this more than just allegations that this is job for the boys. And it's always boys. That's the greatest problem of it all. It's never girls. It's always boys.
Now, in the unlikely event, and I use that word very strongly, unlikely now, in the unlikely event that this passes in the National Assembly, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, do you see this getting passed by the various states? I mean, do you think, this, whether it's a bill or whatever, would likely scale the legal threshold now required to conclude this process?
I think it would, actually. Our political class is so self-serving that this would never, ever they would never pass upon the opportunity for spreading the butter more evenly across the board. I would not be surprised at all.
Well, we just have to wait and see how it goes. Mr. Adewale Ajadi, thank you very much for coming on the program. And, let's hope. Let's wait and see. You never can tell. You just might have Ibadan State, You just might have it.
Well, I'll be laughing whichever way it goes. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot for coming on the program. Thanks for your time. All right. That's how much you can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
On the news, one person dead, 9 others kidnapped in suspected bandits attack in Niger State. Nigeria climbs 5 places to 140 in latest 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index. And court fixes March 3 for adoption of final addresses in Bamise Anyonwola's murder case. And thanks for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisalajiko. Suspected bandits have killed 1 person and kidnapped 9 others in an attack on Palaida, a village near a military base in Erina, a garrison town hosting hundreds of displaced persons in Shiroro local government area, Niger State. According to witness reports, the terrorists rode on motorcycles into the village on Sunday evening after attacking villages along the road to Palaida as villagers fled their homes to Erina. Sources say the terrorists fled under fire from Nigerian soldiers who responded swiftly to the attack. And Nigeria has been ranked 140 out of 180 countries and territories in the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index released by the Transparency International on Tuesday. With a score of 26 points, Nigeria shares its ranking with Uganda, Mexico, Madagascar, Iraq, and Cameroon. Although no African country made the top 10, Cape Verde ranked as the least corrupt nation in Africa with 62 points, placing 35th overall. Denmark emerged as the least corrupt country with 90 points, followed by Finland with 88 points and Singapore with 84 points. Commenting on the findings, the chairman, Transparency International, Francois Valeria, said the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index shows that corruption is a dangerous problem in every part of the world, but change for the better is happening in many countries. Now, Nigeria's ranking in the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index reinforces concerns over the nation's long-standing struggles with corruption, which has been a major challenge for governance and economic development in the country. Let's discuss further. The Executive Director, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, Kakol Debo Adeniro, joins me on the news. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Now, what do you make of Nigeria's new ranking of 140 from 145 on the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index?
Well, it is a progress well made, and it is expected because before now, we know that the exposure of corrupt elements within our society is the reason why Nigeria was being ranked low and lower by the day, because we expose more corruption, we arrest more corrupt elements, and more corrupt institutions and citizens were being prosecuted, including government officials. But now the fruit of the labor of anti-corruption agencies, especially the EFCC, is bringing out reward. And that is what the world are actually looking and assessing us with. Because when you look at what Transparency International is doing, is to look at the perception, from different angles, from various quarters. And it may not be the reality. The reality is that when corruption is not being fought, it will sound as there's no corruption in the polity. But when you are fighting corruption, a number of corrupt people will be exposed, and the news media will be awash with the reportage of those who have been arrested, those that are being investigated, those that are being prosecuted, those that are being convicted. Now, when Bola Tinubu came as the president, he also promised to fight corruption. People didn't believe him because they thought because he was of high net worth, he could have involved himself in corrupt practices and would be a president that will cover up for corrupt elements within the society. But he has said no, that he was going to fight corruption, and fighting corruption he has started. And when you saw what Ola Olukoyede has been doing at the EFCC, he first and foremost did internal cleansing for EFCC. then most of the EFCC officials that are found to be aiding and abetting corruption or protecting corruption or helping corrupt elements to get out of the hook, he actually disciplined many of them. He asked some of them to leave the agency for him, and that has been a continuous thing. Then when you look at the number of arrests that he has made, you look at the number of elements that is being prosecuted, you look at the number of seizures in property, in cash, and several other ones that is being pursued, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. You know that the world is watching us, and they have assessed our capacity to tackle corruption headlong. Nobody is being treated as being above the law. Nobody is being spared in the area of corruption. Nobody committed corruption and had been able to go scot-free. Those who have tried to evade arrest and prosecution have been arrested. Some of them are being investigated. Some of them are being prosecuted. Some of them are behind the walls by now. And this is the perception that Transparency International needed to hold on to. All of this gives a positive perception that the fight against corruption is ongoing. What we are just asking the system is that they should not relent. The central bank should not relent in controlling corruption in the financial institutions. The EFCC, ICPC, and all other agencies should also not relent. You also know that NDLEA is another organization that has been dealing with drug pushers day and night, and they are not sparing anybody. NAFDAC is also doing its own. So all of these fights are being put together. When you put it together, you see that corruption is being fought from all fronts and with all the gusto that it demands. So I'm very happy that the job of fighting corruption is not going down the drain. We only have to appeal to the judiciary not to allow corrupt elements to use technicalities to escape justice. And we have to appeal to our government that corrupt elements should not be given opportunity for prerogative of mercy. Anybody that could commit corruption crimes should be made to serve their terms. No matter how old they are, no matter how fragile they are, it is better they die in prison than for them to continue to pollute our society. So basically, I am happy about it, and I know that the Tinubu administration is doing well.
Executive Director, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, Kakol Debo Adeniran, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this. Still on Nigeria's new ranking in the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index, the Executive Director of the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, Awa Rafsanjani, signaled Rafsanjani, however, warns that systemic corruption remains deeply entrenched, particularly in Nigeria's judiciary, security sector, oil industry, and government procurement processes.
A situation, look, when I got university, I don't know any big man. But today in Nigeria, it's not what you score. You have to just have a leg or connection, or you pay. In this Abuja, they are paying for job offer. This is going on with so many Nigerians, and if you don't have the money, you'll be roaming on the street. The only thing they do to you, they refuse to allow you as a lady to get the meaningful job, but they will use you for their party, for their protocol, whatever nonsense. That's what they turn our women. They will not let them to get gainful employment, but they will be using them, to do the other way, the other services, which is illegal. So we need to confront this. Some of the things that you think is not making impact, they are actually making impact because they have broken our ethical value system, So really, the thing is to continue to support. Like we said, we are not anti-government. We are not any political, we don't have any political affiliation. so we can talk, based on our patriotic and desire to see improvement in our country. That's what you see the people that are seated here, and many civil society organizations that I know in this country. They don't, engage into any political thing. They are purely working to see that their country is safe.
The Lagos High Court sitting in Tafawa Balewa Square has fixed March 3, 2025 for the final adoption of final written addresses in the trial of Andrew Omonyi-Koron, a bus rapid transport driver accused of raping and murdering 22-year-old fashion designer Oluwabamiche Ayanwola. Justice Sharifat Shunaike set the new date following the continued absence of the defense counsel Abayomi Omotubora, making a third time the court adjourned the proceedings at the request of the defense. Back in November 29, 2024, the case was postponed due to Omotubora's ill health and was later adjourned to January 30, 2025, and then to February 10, 2025, and now to March 3, 2025, after Omotubora was again absent. Omonyi-Koron, who was arraigned in March 2022 and faces charges of rape, conspiracy, sexual assault and murder as filed by the Lagos State government. He has pleaded not guilty, maintaining that he neither raped nor killed Ayanwola. The 47-year-old claims that 3 unidentified male passengers who boarded his bus after working hours assaulted her and pushed her off the vehicle. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Senate has adjourned Tuesday's plenary early to enable its Committee on Appropriation put final touches on the 2025 budget for possible presentation and deliberation on Wednesday. Speaking at the National Assembly on Tuesday, Senate President Godswill Akpabio emphasized the need for the Senate to quickly resume and conclude work on the 54.2 trillion naira budget proposal, which is now in the final stages in the Senate in the Senator Solomon Adeola-led Committee on Appropriation.
Committee on Appropriation for the ongoing work. Having concluded today's proceedings on the other paper, I hereby move that the Senate do adjourn till Wednesday, 12th February 2024 at 11 a.m. I so move, Mr. President.
2025. Those in support of the adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate is hereby adjourned.
Amid the ongoing leadership crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, over 1,000 groups within the party have rallied behind Senator Samuel Anyanwu, reaffirming their support for him as the National Secretary. The PDP Youth Frontiers Network, representing progressive-minded youth groups within the party, made this known at a press briefing in Abuja to address the crisis. They emphasized that Senator Anyanwu remains the legitimate National Secretary, and any attempt to remove him and replace him with Sunday Okoye as a Deputy National Secretary is unacceptable. In his address, the National Coordinator, Henry Owolabi, said the PDP's Governors Forum and Board of Trustees have overstepped their bounds by advising the National Working Committee to swear in Ude Okoye as the National Secretary.
We therefore join our voices and affirm unequivocal, unflinching and unwavering support and loyalty of our organization, that of all party supporters to the ideals of the party and by extension to the office of the National Secretary, that Senator Anyanwu remains the National Secretary, and the attempts to remove him and replace him with a judiciary-imposed secretary without any Congress or legitimate procedural ratification of any organ of the party is hereby totally rejected. We warn all detractors and perpetrators, and indeed the judiciary, to stay clear of the internal workings of our great party and henceforth refrain from issuing illegal, baseless, porous judgments that lack legal foundation and are immoral. We are poised to mobilize all our members and teaming supporters to block all judicial premises and ensure civil actions that will lead to compliance with the warning if it is not flaunted.
In commemoration of this year's International Day of Women and Girls in Science, Nigerian experts in science, technology, engineering and mathematics STEM fields have called for equal opportunities for females to pursue and thrive in STEM careers and narrow the gender gap globally. The UN Day, which is celebrated annually on February 11, was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 22, 2015 to promote the equal access and participation of women in STEM fields. TV360's Joy Ujejim completes the report.
From the beginning, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM fields have been dominated by men, with limited representation of women and girls. This trend has been particularly pronounced in many parts of the world, including Nigeria. Recent data by the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization reveals that only 35% of STEM professionals in Nigeria are female, underscoring the underrepresentation of women and girls in STEM education and careers. STEM professionals in Nigeria identify societal and cultural factors responsible for the low participation of girls in the fields.
Once you get to like the faculty members, that's the lecturers, or even in the workforce, you tend to see it reduce, right, as you go up the ladder. Women become less and less represented.
In our society, there's a long-standing stereotypes that boys are naturally good at maths and while girls are good at humanities and sciences. So when a girl come and say, oh, dad, I'd like to be an engineer, or mom, I'd like to be an engineer, the next question will be like, oh, why don't you want to study law? Not like studying law is a bad thing, right? It's just that why can't she become an engineer? So this is one reason why there's this gap in the ratio between men and women in STEM courses.
Experts say support from friends and parents significantly boosts women's success in STEM fields. Female STEM professionals blame discrimination and discouragement they face in the male-dominated fields. They urge parents to encourage and support girls and women who are interested in the STEM-related fields.
I've faced discrimination per se that they will go to a workplace and they'll be like, you girl, your brain can't be able to get this thing. Your brain can't catch this thing faster. These are only for men. Because why? They're really getting without you. We see some girls that once they say, oh, I have a code, or this is what these are the codes I have derived into life. They want to like cross-check that thing like about 10 times because they believe that no, this thing can't be perfect because she's a lady, she's a girl. And overcoming these challenges, I just told myself that for me to be a girl, there are so many advantages per se if you know this particular thing that you're doing. So I was like, if I need to excel in my field, I have to come out the best in my field.
These fields are not just for men. No, they are for everyone. Most especially anyone with curiosity, passion, creativity to solve real-world problems. There have actually been many women in life making instances in STEM. Most especially someone like Maria Curie, whose great contribution to research in radioactivity has actually won her 2 Nobel Prizes. Another person includes Katrina Johnson, whose calculations were essential for the NASA mission space. Your daughter has the potential. All she needs is for you to encourage her. All she needs is for you to believe in her.
To ensure an increase in the number of female professionals in STEM-related fields, the United Nations has further called for promotion of STEM education for girls from an early age, support for women in STEM careers, and an increase in awareness, as well as a change in global cultural norms. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a short break. Coming up on News Now, Bangladesh aims to hold December elections in first vote since Hasina ouster. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. Let's take you through some of our top stories. Nigeria has been ranked 140 out of 180 countries and territories in the 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index released by Transparency International on Tuesday. With a score of 26 points, Nigeria shares its ranking with Uganda, Mexico, Madagascar, Iraq, and Cameroon. We also told you that the Lagos High Court sitting in Tafawa Balewa Square has fixed March 3 for the adoption of final written addresses in the trial of Andre Omonikoron, a bus rapid transport driver accused of raping and murdering 22-year-old fashion designer Oluwabamiche Ayowola. Just in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. Let's join Tamilore Akinkwole for more stories in the world of business. Over to you, Tamilore.
Thank you, Simi. Hello and welcome to the world of business. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced the revision of transaction fees for automated teller machines, ATMs nationwide, attributing the review to rising costs and need to enhance efficiency in ATM operations. In a circular signed by CBN's acting director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department, John Onoja, said the APOS Bank disclosed that international ATM withdrawals will be charged according to rates set by the international acquirer. The CBN has directed all financial institutions to comply with the new fee structure ahead of the March 1st implementation. Now, in reaction to this, financial experts have expressed concerns about the timing and impact of the policy, as many ATMs remain underfunded, while POS operators have dominated cash disbursements in the country. Well, we're going to short a break and be back with stock market report. In the world of stock, Nigeria's equities market bounced back into positive territory on Tuesday, recording a 0.65% increase, equivalent to a 426 billion naira gain as investor sentiment improved. Stocks like Itana, Ikeja Hotels, Honeywell Flour Mills, Ella Lakes and Academic Press were among the top performers. The all-share index of the Nigerian Exchange Limited rose from Monday's 105 basis point to 106 basis point, while the market's capitalization climbed from 66.069 trillion naira to 66.495 trillion naira. The market's year-to-date return also increased by 3.54%. Now, trading activities for the day saw 125 listed equities participating, with 40 stocks gaining and 25 declining. Ella Lakes led the gainers, appreciating by 10% to close at 3 naira 63 kobo per share, followed by Etena with 9.93 increase. Now, in total, 478 million volumes of shares were traded across 15,561 deals valued at over 11 billion naira. Now, while the volume of shares traded declined by 16% when compared to Monday, the turnover, however, rose by 13% and the number of deals fell by 13% when compared to the previous session. On the global front, select international stocks also posted gains, reflecting a positive trading day across markets. Meanwhile, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira showed signs of stability against major currencies. The dollar traded at 1,580 naira, the pounds at 2,000 naira, and the euros at 1,625 naira in the black market. And that's it on both stock and business report. Over to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Tamilare. And on the foreign scene, Bangladesh Election Commission has said preparations are underway to stage general elections by December 2025, following a meeting with interim government leader Mohammed Yunus. The caretaker government, led by 84-year-old Yunus since August 2024, after a mass protest forced former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to resign, is yet to confirm a date. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which has governed the nation for most of the past 3 decades, alongside Hasina's Awami League, is now pushing for early elections. And President Recep Erdogan of Turkey has rejected plans of U.S. President Donald Trump to relocate Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and instead calls on Israel to rebuild the extensively destroyed coastal area. Erdogan dismissed the plan while speaking at a conference in Kuala Lumpur, the Malaysian capital. He said instead of seeking a new place for the people of Gaza, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should be held accountable for the damages inflicted during the military operations against the Palestinian Islamist group Hamas in Gaza. And on sport, the International Boxing Association has announced plans to take legal action against the International Olympic Committee over transgender participation at Paris 2024, citing U.S. President Donald Trump's recent executive order banning transgender athletes from women's sports. The IBA revealed it will file complaints with attorneys general in Switzerland, France, and the United States regarding the IOC's decision to allow ineligible athletes to compete in Paris. The announcement comes amid growing controversy in Nigerian boxing, where interim Nigeria Boxing Federation President Azenia Omagege has called for a National Assembly probe into the federation's affiliation with World Boxing, citing concerns over transgender policies. And former two-time UFC middleweight champion Israel Adesanya has expressed gratitude following the announcement that his epic 2019 clash with Kelvin Gastelum will be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. The 5-round interim middleweight title battle at UFC 236, which Adesanya won via unanimous decision, will join other legendary fights in the promotion's fight wing as part of Class of 2025. The 2025 UFC Hall of Fame induction ceremony is set to take place this summer in Las Vegas, the United States. And that's all on news now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
I always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس. يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
هو جلسات البحرين تكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب رزق مثل ما قلت لك البداية، لكن أنا بالنسبة أقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيوية ونشاط وصحة حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high. So it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time, you're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
viewers and subscribers, welcome to another episode of Startups. And on this episode, we'll be looking at fashion in two different perspectives. In the world of e-commerce, few platforms are as dedicated as shaping the future of online shopping, just like Deck Stitches. Since its inception, Deck Stitches has redefined the way Nigerians shop for fashion, focusing not just on convenience, but on meeting the real needs of its customers. But with growth comes challenges, particularly when it comes to customer satisfaction, product availability, and navigating the complexities of online retail. In this episode, we explore how Deck Stitches is evolving in this competitive industry and the strategies it uses to prioritize customers' happiness while managing the hurdles of business expansion.
Platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. On average, practically out of 3 Nigerians, 2 must have had a bad experience shopping online. You know, initially it was a phase of there was practically no available, sophisticated online platform for people to shop fashion. We now bridge that gap with so many vendors online doing these fashion businesses across. We have taken upon ourselves to create for every shop on our platform unparalleled customer satisfaction. My name is Olawale Ismail and I'm the founder of Deck Stitches.
Deck Stitches has quickly emerged as a leader in Nigeria's online fashion space, redefining the e-commerce experience with a keen focus on the customer. Unlike many platforms that simply aim to sell, Deck has tailored its approach to cater to the specific needs of its audience, prioritizing customer demands and preferences above all else.
Basically, the need to actually get what I was trying to shop for back then in the past. So it started as far back as when I was in uni. There's something we call Hall Week back then in school, and we usually do it as for people in the hostel. Sometimes we also have the one for departments, right? So this particular time was one for our department, engineering faculty, metallurgical material department to be precise, and you know, back then you need to look fly and everything. So I was looking out for getting a sneaker, right? So unfortunately for me, back then the whole e-commerce space hasn't been explored as much like we have right now. And the only option we had for the particular sneaker I wanted was to be able to order it from, there's a brand called ASOS back then. It's in UK. So I was happy to have found it online, but trying to access and get it was difficult. At the time, there was nothing like even paying directly. You have to go through someone that has an account in ASOS and buy. So it was so much of difficulty, but I wasn't going to give up on the idea of getting the sneakers. So a friend of mine advised me to, go to the market around in Lagos. At the time, we first went to Julegba, which is quite close to Akoka, which is where Unilag is situated, and we didn't find it. Someone else now advised that, because I wanted to present, so I wanted to look good, right? So someone else now advised that, oh, you can get something like that on the island. So I personally took it upon myself to make that journey. On getting there, my God, I saw like countless versions of the item, and I eventually got to meet someone that actually has the exact. To my utmost surprise, after paying like exorbitant amount at the time, as a student, I knew there's no money, but I had to pay up a lot. I had to waste a lot of my savings to get the sneakers from this person. On the D-Day of the event, after purchasing the sneaker on the island, the sole got turned out. So this bitter experience got me feeling like, if I'm feeling like this, definitely a couple of other people are feeling like this. So that's when the whole initial idea came about. Then subsequently, the experience other people have had based on our discussion. Like, you know, obviously when that happened, it was like a fun of the day. Everybody was talking about why they try ordering on ASOS, not possible. It's only when their family members travel abroad that they can get the sneaker they want and everything. So at the time, I now collated like, wow, if I'm having this problem, my friends are having this problem, definitely a lot of people in Nigeria at the time will have the same experience. And that's what brought about finding a platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. For a business that wants to grow, you never feel like there's a pinnacle. You always continue to grow. So, but one of the things that we can majorly point out as milestone is happy customers. To be honest, and I don't know if I mentioned the ratio earlier or the percentage. It's always on average. You have 60% people say, "Oh, I had the problem shopping online. I don't know if I can trust you guys," and stuff like that, which is understandable because, in fact, I came out of that experience, even though I went to the store in person. So our biggest milestone is the fact that out of these people, 90% of them have been converted from skeptical buyers to customers, to happy customers that even refer their friend. So these people that we look at whenever they come on board, and eventually turn to be happy customers and even give us reviews, those are our actual milestones, and we keep going on them. And our goal is to be able to have, maybe quadruple or times hundreds of the kind of customers, the amount of customers we have that came from skeptical, they are very skeptical about shopping online, to being happy about, wow, fashion shopping can be actually more convenient and can be an happy experience. Those people is a milestone, and the more we have, the more we feel like we're hitting more milestones. Yeah.
The platform relies heavily on communication with its users to track behavior and interests. Using this data, Dex Stitches prioritizes its product it introduces, ensuring that they are always aligned with what customers truly want. The company's product management team works meticulously to onboard only these items to meet these demands, starting with the essentials and moving on to other items.
We try to identify customer needs, and we try to match it with, the current and trending fashion. And when we identify all these needs, we're able to contact our registered brands, to our distributors. And when we do that, we are able to get the products available to our customers. In Dex Stitches, we pride ourselves in customer satisfaction. So we are very, very strict on what we want, and we continuously review our products from our registered and partners. So when we do this, we ensure that there's consistency in quality. So we do this regular checkups with our suppliers, with our distributors, with our brands. Yeah, fashion moves very fast, as you know, and the basic challenge is, having to keep up with the customers' rapidly, changing preference, and, and our brands, and getting the product, because this little phase there is always a little bit of lead time, and we just try to just in our own little way predict where are we headed, where is this headed, and then we try to predict even ahead of the customer so that we can make necessary arrangements with our brands and distributors before those things come to place.
Despite this careful planning, challenges remain, particularly when some products underperform. In such cases, the platform response is both dynamic and customer focused.
In the will of demand, price is a very huge factor, right? And most times when a particular product is known to have, be selling out, is kind of like underperforming, is sometimes, or 50% times, boils down to price. So for these products, we usually incentivize customers, right? We do things like, 30% off discounts. Sometimes we go as far as giving free delivery in some particular items. And this actually nudges customers to eventually purchase those products. And it's also possible, a product might be a trend, but we don't get carried away with it. A trend today is a trend tomorrow. Dexit is here to stay forever, so we don't like remove them from the platform. They are still there. What we do is add more variety and add newer trends. In this case, backpacks, for example, if black is no longer selling, we'll nudge them with incentives like, order one, get two for free. We can also say take 20% off. We can also go as far as saying free delivery. If all those strategies is not working, then we know that the problem is not more the price. It's more or less like, people that are seeing this don't want them. Then we start adding more varieties to the products assortment. Yeah.
One of the biggest audit that Dexit faces, like many e-commerce platforms, is the unpredictability of suppliers and manufacturers. There have been times when a supplier failed to deliver product on time despite high demand. In this situation, Dex ensures that it only partners with brands that have the capacity to meet customers' demand.
Unlike many other platforms, I don't want to mention names, we don't just onboard brands or partners. We go through a stringent process that they align with our process, our principle, which is customer needs first. If while processing onboarding a brand, we realize that they might not have the capacity of what the customer might need, we don't bother onboarding them. So when they are proven that they have the capacity to deliver, that's when we have them. So you can rest assured that whatever products you see on the platform is always available for the customer needs. However, sometimes maybe in a situation like this, the most realistic predicament that have this kind of situation is kaftans. So this, the kaftans that we wear in Africa, the senators, the agbadas, we have seen a couple times where people want them to get delivered within a day, or they want to get them right away. And the realistic thing is those things are always bespoke. So to even restrict to reduce the situation where a customer needs that, we work on onboarding brands that have ready to wear kaftans. So like I said, needs is the first thing we look out for. If the need for the kaftan is growing over time and we realize that it's getting to the stage that people are always demanding for it and they don't want to wait like 2, 3, 7 days, we onboard more brands that have ready to wear and we give them order suggestions. There's always an alternative to whatever you want to buy. Whatever you want to buy that is within your interest. So it's just that maybe now you're a fan of the brand and you want the brand's products. In that case, we advise you to wait for the available timeline that they've already promised and we have promised on the particular product. And most times we often sort out the situation and they buy and they're happy. The customers are happy.
Dex founder envisions a future where the platform continues to grow and expand, not only in Nigeria but globally. The fashion industry in Nigeria has been transformed by the arrival of platforms like Dexit, which offers a shopping environment tailored to fashion lovers.
The goal is not just to build a shopping platform. It started from being a platform that people can access sneakers and a few things, to realizing that the need is beyond just these items. It goes as far as everything I want to wear all through my lifetime. And we know that there are needs and there are wants. So we prioritize day in, day out on the needs based on different diverse people's interests and onboard the wants. In sort of like, I would say, in a descending order. The needs comes first ahead of the wants. So every day we keep uploading and onboarding more needs with the partnership. So for example, if you're partnering with Nike now, considering the fact that we are selling to Nigerians within Nigeria and Nigerians and other people around the world, we prioritize first to Nigerian needs, which is mostly sneakers, backpacks. We won't look at them for things like they sell football as well. We might not onboard football. In our first onboarding batch, we start with the priority, which is sneakers. Now after sneakers, we move to joggers, we move to maybe backpacks, t-shirts, then we now onboard football. So we divide this uploading needs across our product management team, and we upload in accordance to that. So with that, we focus more on the needs, and that gives us edge ahead of allowing people to have access to what they need ahead of the wants that doesn't really matter at the time.
As the platform grows, Dex Stitches aims to expand its reach, offering even more personalized experiences to its users. The ultimate goal is to turn more skeptical shoppers into loyal and happy customers.
Welcome back. Now, the other part we'll be looking at is the decoration industry. Michael Moby, the founder of Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture, is revolutionizing the furniture and interior decoration industry. His company, which is based in Lagos, focuses on creating unique designs for hotels, clubs, and other spaces. Now, beyond furniture production, Mobilette doubles as a training ground for young people, equipping them with valuable technical skills to become independent professionals in the field.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. My name is Michael X Moby. So the name of the company is Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture.
Michael Moby's journey into the furniture business began as a family tradition. Growing up, he learned the craft from his father, combining his artistic talents and education to innovate in the furniture and interior design sector. While traditional carpenters often focus on basic furniture such as chairs and tables, Michael took a different path by blending creativity and technical skills to produce bespoke designs.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. After that one, they will be a master on their own.
When asked how he carved a niche for himself in the competitive furniture industry, Michael attributed his success to the quality and uniqueness of his designs.
This actual furniture work is my father's work. So whenever I come back from school, I sit with him and learn from him. But with my education background, I decided to take it from another angle. That is why I find myself in creativity aspect, because actually I can sketch. I'm gifted by drawing. This is ISO. It's not hidden. The creative in me, by you seeing the kind of product I've made so far, you will know that this boy is creative. I've worked in many places which they don't even believe I can do it, which lead me to this level I am now. For instance, the way back then we build a bed is totally different from today. We can start some bed from scratch. That the finishing, if you see it, you won't believe it's that bed. This one you're seeing here, right here now, is my bed. But when I finish it, you will see how the outcome will look like. Because these days, we use fabric to fabricate the bed, like a hotelian's bed. Why some people like it in their luxury apartment. So the world is moving forward. We can't continue staying that backward. I decided to move forward by adding this so-called technical skill on my work. So I have that creative ability. I can draw building just like the way architect will do it. So I found myself that whenever I draw something, if I want to produce it, I produce it firm. It will not look so unique. And I push on it. I should put more effort. My effort lead me to where I am. But for now, I have nothing less than 8 boys I've trained. And some are on their own. I was born into this particular work I'm doing. So there's no how I would say I started from so year to so year. If, for instance, if I'm 30 years old, I've been in this work for that 30 years. Why I'm above that? So I've been to the work from my childhood because I met it in the house.
Mobilet isn't just a business, it's a platform for youth empowerment. Despite not initially planning to train others, Michael began mentoring when a persistent boy sought his guidance. That experience inspired him to open his doors to more young people, training them in both manual and machine-assisted techniques.
This my boy would like learn from you. I say, me? I don't have the intention of teaching anybody because I was planning, when we are very small, we'll be thinking of diaspora. So that's all comes to my head. I was like trying to have my passport and find my way out of here. Actually, I'm going for this particular work over there. So along the line, when the woman now brought the boy now insists. And I say, okay, I can't control boy for now. I am very young. But the boy always come to me insisting. And I say, okay, maybe I will be doing this particular work. Whenever I want to travel, I'll put that boy in mind. So whenever I travel, I'll call him to come over. But along the line, we had some challenges, which is normally happen somewhere, everywhere. That's even keep me staying back to this work fully. And the boy, and I see the way the boy is working, he's working with passion. And I say, if I leave this boy like this, I will keep the spirit in him. So I move it forward more and more and more. So now I have the courage, which if the boy himself is a master on his own now. If he do 1 or 2 works for you now, even sometimes he will collect a big hotel work from beginning to the end, and he will still call me that, Oga, please, I will need some of your boys. Please, Oga, come and handle this part. The thing is too much for me. Because the kind of technical I used to work my work is totally different from everybody's own. No, you cannot do without the old one now. The old one brought us this new talent. From here, if any one of my children may have interest in it, they will pick it from this level to another level. If I lost the memory of old one, I can't get to here. That is why I'm still teaching them with the manual and the automatic. They can operate machines. They can use the manual work. You can see this work we are doing. The one you came here and saw now is just manual. When we start to be doing the automatic work, that means we all just have to be operating machine all through.
Michael's training model provides a structured environment for apprentices, training live on site during the work week, minimizing distractions and fostering focus.
These days, now when we make a TV board, for instance, a big TV board, there's how we pass lines through it. If you don't know how to do that, how can you come up with that same design? We are having improvement and challenges of work these days. So with that one, they have that opportunity in me. Actually, they can work carpentry work fully. Like all this zinc you see here, me and my boys, we do it on ourselves. We didn't go and call another person outside. We can clamp zinc, actually we can come down, still work. So just like there being a couple of 5 works together, interior, the furniture itself, upholstery. Upholstery is the covering of the chair and all these things included. And the lighting plus the technical ability, which you can be able to arrange a place that will make it look so unique and comfort.
I've been learning here for about 3 years now. It's already 3 years. So my challenges so far is just the shame. The shame to put your shame aside and focus on your goal. That's just the challenges. And my benefits have been a lot. Like I used to be a very shy person. Like how will I put it? I don't think too far. I'm a lazy type, but since the time I came here, I'm very hardworking. Even from home self, my mom used to testify it. So that's the benefit so far. And my skill so far too has improved.
Running a creative business like Mobilet comes with significant challenges. One major issue is delayed payment from clients.
We have big challenges in our world. first and foremost challenge I could tell you we used to have is that, we don't have backup. Backup in terms of if you work for someone, for them to pay your balance is the big challenges. After receiving the work, that might be giving you a kind of complaint that I don't have money now, I will pay you, which you can't even, you end up not collecting anything. That one is the total challenge that is not even giving us morale to forward over it. They don't encourage us by doing it, because once I'm expecting, like for instance, my balance like 10K, and the person asks me to come back, and other work is there that you can work a day, you will have 3K. That 3K, when you multiply it by that 4 or 5 days as you are waiting, you think that one should be more better than this your handwork. So people are not encouraged us in doing the work. In business aspect, there's no how you will not have your challenges. Sometimes you might trying to go to the market and get a material which you expect that the money is cheaper. When you now get there, the money will be more higher. Then I cannot return the money back to the who sent me the work, which is the owner of the work. That shows too low of you, that maybe you are not professional enough. So those are the challenges we spent our money on.
Despite these challenges, Michael views his achievement with pride. After starting the business from his father's home, he has expanded to a larger space, complete with accommodation for trainees.
I've been the one that disencountered myself and my family and some other siblings. Because immediately my father left, the thought that just come on my head is that face this work and start doing it yourself. Then carry your brothers along. And which was what I did. This is not my first place of working. This is part of the achievement I've achieved. I started in my father's house. That was the place we started the company. And all my brothers are there, working all together. Along the line, when the place is no more conducive for us, I decided to go to a bigger place, which I got here. So here now, I think I have a room self for the boys, which they can pass their night. Because immediately they come on Monday, they have to return back home on Saturday evening. I don't give them that time of moving around, because the challenge on those boys is even more harder than the real work I'm doing. They don't want to learn these days. They don't just want to learn, but they can give their time for other things. For me, I prefer working from this work. I can create more business. It's not only this work I can depend on. As time goes on, I can still move forward.
For Michael Moby, the ultimate reward lies in the success of those he has trained. His work continues to inspire a new generation of craftsmen, providing the traditional skills. When combined with innovation, it can also lead to remarkable achievements.
And that is all we have on this episode of Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolye. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to today's program. I am Ogechukwu Ukegwe. The Nigerian Biological Safety Association has warned Nigeria to be on alert of the Ebola outbreak in some African countries, including Uganda, Kampala. The viral disease, which is transmitted through contact with infected persons or animal fluid, such as blood, saliva, urine, semen, or feces, was experienced in 2014, Nigeria as part of the larger West African epidemic that occurred between 2013 and 2016. The President's Nigerian Biometric Safety Association, Stella Udo, said the Uganda government has confirmed an outbreak on 30th January in Kampala. She said, though no outbreak in West Africa yet, but Nigeria should be cautious and immediately report any suspicious symptoms to the relevant government agencies. And the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has proposed the death penalty for drug peddlers. The Director General of the agency, Mojisola Adeyeye, made this call while speaking to newsmen. She urged that only strict penalties would deter drug peddlers, especially when their actions result in the death of children. The NAFDAC boss also called for the cooperation of the judiciary and the National Assembly to make the proposal of reality. According to her, the agency is open to working with lawmakers and other stakeholders on the matter. And the Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education has reaffirmed the unwavering commitment to the eradication of female genital mutilation practices across the country and other borders in West Africa. The group made this known in a statement to mark this year's International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. According to the statement, female genital mutilation is not merely a cultural issue. It is a profound violation of human rights that inflicts severe physical and psychological harm on countless women and girls. We'll take a break now and the program will return shortly. Welcome back. The U.S. government has halted the support for HIV treatment in Nigeria and other developing countries following an order by President Donald Trump. The U.S. State Department supported the disbursement of funds from the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief Program in HIV treatment in Africa and developing countries for at least 90 days. The action originates from President Trump's executive order on foreign aid, which he signed on his first day in office. The order instructed all government agencies managing foreign development assistance programs to halt the disbursement of funds. While joining me on the program to discuss further is the general practitioner at Ferroproid Medical Center, Dr. Baron Bless. Thank you for joining us on the program. So the U.S. government has halted the support for HIV treatment in Nigeria and other developing countries. How does this halting of HIV funding affect global health targets, particularly in terms of ending the HIV and AIDS epidemic?
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, nice to be in the program today. Yes, about the issue of the halting of the funding for HIV. In most countries, not only in Nigeria, as the case may be, it's obvious because the U.S. is arguably the largest funder for health reliefs, health-related concerns, and curbing of highly communicable disease in the world. So, if the U.S. is pulling out of such a big responsibility, definitely goes without saying that we are going to have some increase in infection rates, and if we're not careful, this might spiral out of control. But I'm very confident that the world leaders are planning very well. All stakeholders are still on the issue to make sure that we don't end up to that bus stop. Thank you.
How challenging has the issue of HIV for funding for HIV and AIDS treatment been before now?
Okay, before now, the funding for HIV, HIV and all that, without saying, very minute. In fact, I would say countries were just, doing guesswork with whatever they have to do with, the funding of this. So before the United States Agency for International Development, which was launched in 2003, before now, the funding for specific diseases like HIV was, I would say, less than 5% of what it is today, because we saw the disease was ravaging the world, especially on the developed countries like DRC, Congo, South Africa, Nigeria, Sudan, and a lot of countries, developing countries, especially in Africa. So before now, we had little to no funding for, curbing these viruses, especially in this case, HIV. And it goes without mentioning, we have to know why these things were put in place. The United States Agency for International Development was founded in 2003 with the aim of, supplementing, putting a form of subsidy to healthcare. So it is not, it is on to forever. It was a chipping in the aid the United States, the great nation of the United States, had to give as the major foreign foundation health interest all over the world. So these the US aid was put there to cushion the effect of these infections and these viruses and various diseases. It goes without saying, not only HIV, we talk about tuberculosis and the monkeypox and various diseases, including the avian virus, from which we now have the human metapneumovirus. So it's really spiraling out of control right now. So that is where we are coming from. So if we understand where we are coming from, we will know where we are right now and where we're going. And it goes without saying that the United States has spent more than $160 billion through the same funding we're talking about to all countries that are stakeholders and beneficiaries from this particular funding.
So what effect would this withdrawal of the program have on Nigeria, given that it is Nigeria is one of the countries with the highest HIV burden globally, and millions of Nigerians rely on this program for life-saving medications and healthcare infrastructure?
So what effect with the cut of this funding, withdrawal of this one, or the pause of this one, as the case may be, for Nigeria? Nigeria have over 1 million people are living with HIV/AIDS and receiving and benefiting from these drugs. That has obviously put them, extended their lives and put them in a comfortable place to live with their family, loved one, without any form of social stigma. So number one is going to increase the rate of social stigma against people living with HIV/AIDS. It's going to affect them. Number two, talking about the acquiring of these antiretroviral drugs for treatment. The acquiring of it is very expensive, very expensive. I was speaking to a patient that was, I think, a week ago, and the patient came with some symptoms, and we ran some tests, and we found that the patient had contracted the HIV virus. And I had to break the news to this patient, and I had to counsel the patient on the availability of help. Now, I don't how would the patient take this thing that the only help that should be available has been taken away? So a lot of psycho-emotional downpour is going to definitely come into the picture. Other things, how it's going to affect this patient is because we measure the viral load. So if a patient takes, their drugs consistently, it reduces their viral load to the point where we call undetectable. Undetectable meaning the amount of virus present in the patient's body, as the case may be, or the system, is not so much that to cause acute infection to somebody or to their partner also. So imagine right now, the patient can access these antiretroviral drugs for treatment, taking down their viral load is going to spiral. The infection rate is going to increase. And as the case may be right now, a lot of people living with the virus, HIV virus, are panicking all over the country.
What actions do you think the government in these affected countries can take to mitigate the effect of the loss of funding?
Okay, talking about the actions the governments in the affected countries like Nigeria, DRC, that's the Congo, which is currently still having some form of civil war, South Africa, Sudan. What the government can do is I would say, is what they would have done before now. What they would have done before now. It's like the US is like having a big brother that's always funding you, taking care of your needs and stuff. And now you are growing to become an adult, and that big brother lets you off the leash and say, okay, you know what? You are grown now. You can do things yourself. So it is about what they would have been doing before now. So it has been 20 years. PEPFAR, that's the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS relief. 20 years it has been. I think that was enough time for these countries, including Nigeria, to have, created platform, research, made available industries that could produce these drugs. However, we are in the case now where we don't have most of those things in place. So what would they do? Simple. Increase funding to the health sector. I would say, okay, if I give you the opportunity, I say, okay, I'm going to give you $10 million today, but you die tomorrow. Will you take that offer? No. You have to think of the future. So these countries affected right now should invest in health, the health sector, invest in making producing facilities, infectious disease facilities that are well equipped to deal with this. Emergency funds, and also something I think we also help. It's seeking help from other bodies. We have the UN aid. The UN aid is there. We also have China aid, so they can also seek help from these bodies. But because the most of these countries have been so intertwined like a spaghetti into the system, and their help coming from the US aid, and it's difficult for them now to look for alternatives. So these are what the major thing they need to do. All stakeholders, the government, the Federal Ministry of Health, is to increase funding for the health sector, increase funding, get appropriate intelligent minds that can handle the situations. And before you see, it's just going to be history, because I'm very confident in Nigeria's ability to cope this. Nigeria is a rich nation with a lot of intelligent people that are ready to make these things happen. So the government needs to find out these people, bring them together, put our heads together, and we'll get things over with.
So how will this funding cuts impact HIV prevention program, especially those at high-risk population in developing countries?
So how will this funding, how is it going to affect these countries, especially with those people living with HIV in these countries? Well, I will say this. We have a cross-section of social affectation. Is going to affect the social picture and the interaction between the people living with HIV and those living without HIV in those countries. Is going to affect the social interaction, because now there is going to be a huge social stigma, in this country, especially in Nigeria. In Nigerians very self-protective and stuff like that. Be like, oh, if you find out that somebody is living with AIDS, you'd be like, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with you, because even if I contract the disease, there's nothing to help me with. I can't afford it because they are expensive. These drugs are expensive. So the US aid are training people to work in providing these services. So if there's no funding for these services, those people are going to lose their job. So we have increased unemployment rates. That aside, we have cases where services reaching out to remote areas, the funding providing services to remote areas, and funding for researches to improve and actually eradicate AIDS is not there anymore. All these services are going to be halted. They are going to be stopped, as the case may be. However, I would like to mention, I think it was 8th of February, the United States Secretary came out to announce a waiver He announced a waiver for I think about 30 days. Within the 90 days, the funding for PEPFAR is currently going. He announced a kind of waiver, but they highlighted what this waiver is for. So the waiver is not actually going to cover those currently living with AIDS, but it's only going to cover situations of mother-child trans infection. So for pregnant women, so it's going to prevent prophylaxis for pregnant women. So it goes without saying, those already living with AIDS are going to go to the clinics and they find out their drugs are no longer there. There's going to be social panic everywhere. So something the international body, the UNAID, has to collaborate with the US government, meet the president, and really discuss these things in extension to see how we can extend this waiver and extend this period of pausing these funds.
Could the reduction in funding lead to a rise in stigma or discrimination against those living with the virus, especially if access to treatment becomes more limited? Yes, it goes without saying. The socioeconomic is going to affect, is going to spiral, if not watched closely, is going to spiral out of control. We have to understand clearly what is going on here, apart from the social stigma that is going to create. The United States Agency for International Development is actually funded by taxpayers' money in the United States. And you have a president who came with a manifesto to make America great again. And he's doing everything necessary to pull back funds in the current economic struggle they are having with big world powers like China. So the president is doing what he thinks is better for his country. However, affecting these people. We have parents, for example, having kids. How are they going to care for their kids? Because right now they are scared. If I'm not taking my drugs for at least 1 month, talking about 3 months, will I be able to take care of my children? Are they at risk of contracting this disease? So it goes without saying, social stigma is going to skyrocket. Boom! It's going to skyrocket like something we've never seen before concerning HIV. What alternative sources of funding do you think could step in to help cover the gap left by the U.S. withdrawal? Or is this a significant loss for this country, especially Nigeria?
Yes, I think we can try, the government and stakeholders meet, the Federal Executive Council can meet. We have very intelligent people that can meet and discuss alternatives to create funding for this particular acute situation we are having right now. There is the China aid. However, if you are going for China aid, know that China also have their foreign policies and bilateral agreements that you have to sign. There is the United Nations aid. If you are going there to seek for funds for this issue, you are also going to, make some form of agreement, some form of treaties to sign. We have NGOs, private NGOs, and also, some philanthropies, private funded organizations that, the government could actually approach, to help. However, I think the government, I'm talking about Nigeria, as the case may be, can also restructure their allocated funding towards the federal health sector. If they can restructure that funding, I believe there will be some fund that can be now diverted towards this area to curb the acute situation. So we can get it. Think about it. Nigeria was operating under fuel subsidy. The federal government was subsidizing billions of dollars for fuel. That's why Nigerians were getting fuel cheap. So if the federal government can subsidize billions of dollars for the subsidy of fuel, what about health? Human health? Oh, come on, they can do it. The government can do it. So I believe that is a source of fund that could really help us.
So the federal government approved the 4.8 billion for HIV and AIDS funding. So what's your reaction to this, bearing in mind that the approval came just after US President Donald Trump's directive?
Yes, I would say, like I said before, I'm confident in the ability of the federal government of Nigeria to curb the current situation. However, seeing that the Federal Council Commission met and 4.8 billion naira was allocated towards to curb the current situation. And I think if you convert that right now with the current rate, it will be about, let me say, it should be $3 million. I think that is a very great move. Kudos to the Federal Security Council for making that move. I love it. However, the funds will do no good if there are corrupt entities in it that will prevent the appropriate usage of these funds. So it's not about allocating the fund. That is good. It's about follow-up and making sure the right people with the right knowledge can use these funds to curb the acute situation we are having. So I think it's actually a great move, and I see nothing wrong with it.
So do you think the Nigerian government can solely fund the treatment without assistance from other nations like the US?
Yes, I strongly think the federal government of Nigeria can fund, like I said before, the federal government of Nigeria was subsidizing billions of dollars in capital letters for fuel subsidy. So we have about 1.3 or so million Nigerians living with HIV. We have about more than 200 million of Nigerians in this country. So we are having, 3 million Nigerians living with HIV. If the government can meet up, find a structural understanding for a fund allocation, just the way we did for the fuel subsidy, they can give a form of subsidy that allocates millions and even billions of dollars, as the case may be, to actually curb this disease. It's something the federal government can do. So I would say, yes, Nigeria can actually curb HIV in the country if we actually want to do it, because we have tools that we can deploy to do it. Thank you.
General Practitioner Dr. Brown Bless, thank you for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you so much, Oge. It's nice to be here. Thank you.
And that's a wrap for our program today. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, I should say, that in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievements basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, you know, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it.